The bad beat jackpot is growing day after day. Do you feel like you're never going to win? What if I told you that everyone will be a winner? No matter what club you're playing in, if you're checked in and playing at a Texas Card House table, when the bad beat hits, you win $100 with our newest and easiest bad beat ever. Each and every day, the bad beat qualifying hand gets easier and easier to beat until it's won. But as the qualifier decreases, the pot increases right along with it. Additionally, with our new club share bonus, everybody wins. Just be playing at any TCH when the bad beat hits, and you'll win $100 just for being at a table. Yes, you Bob in Austin. You too, Sarah in Houston. Tim in RGV. And Dante, you and Big D in Dallas. You take home $100 too. It doesn't get any easier than that. Join the club that started it all, Texas Card House.
All right, hello and welcome. What's going on, everybody? It's TCH Live. It's Thursday. That means it's time for 2-5 Match the Stack No Limit Texas Hold'em. Your boy Aaron McAvoy here in the booth tonight, and joining me once again, the one and only, the God on, Gordon Granger himself. What's going on, dude?
What's going on, Aaron? It's nice to be here.
Excellent. Good to have you on the show once again. So, starting off with a PLO bomb pot, we're going to get right into the action here. So, thank you guys for tuning in. And let's see a flop. Ace, king, six, rainbow. Get everybody's hands scanned in. We'll take a look around the table. We got Chase. We got Jay Wynn, Dante, Rhett. We've seen him play before on the stream. We got Q in the house. What's going on? Q. Rick, Jason, Coach, and Ace. As we take a look around the entirety of the table. Checks through here.
Jay Wynn flops top set.
Interesting, yeah, checks through. Jay Wynn perhaps looking to get a little tricky trappy, go for the check and raise. Now that no one took a little nibble at that, he's going to go ahead and lead out here for what appears to be full pot, if I'm not mistaken. Tried to go a little over even.
He might get Jason with a jack-high flush draw and a gutter ball. Might come along. Dante looks like he's cutting out calling chips with his open-ender plus a 9-high flush draw.
Yeah, a little bit of a wrap there for Dante. Going to try to improve on the river.
Jason does end up deciding to fold after Dante calls.
And there is the straightening card there on the end. In fact, that is the stones for Dante there with the 9-7. And Jay Wynn going to continue betting. Did Dante just call? Yeah, normally you can raise when you have the nuts. I mean, normally, but
that's got to be a penalty, right?
Yeah, for sure. Get him.
Maybe he was thinking he was going to get quartered, so I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the other board hadn't come out yet. Yeah. No, but as it stands, Dante is going to be the winner of the first PLO bomb pot of the evening, and a nice, juicy one at that. As we had Jay Wynn here going for big value on the river. Dante snapping him off and dragging the pot. So, as is usually the case, as is always the case, here on Thursday, it's going to be 2-5. Match the stack. Maximum buy-in to start things off with 1K to go, and then match the big stack after that. So Dante on 1.7K. Everybody can now match up to that if they wish to do so. We will try to keep you all updated on the chip counts around the table with that graphic popping up regularly throughout the evening. And once again, just want to give a lovely shout out to everybody joining us here in the chat. And it looks like we've already got Rocio Romero dropping us a $5 super chat saying present. Thank you very much for that. And thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate that. Caitlin Komeski here in the chat as well. What's going on? All right, we got a hand developing here as Jason raised up to 15. Coach 3-bet from the hijack. Queen Jack offsuit. Dante and Rhett coming along, it looks like. And it'll be back over to Jason to see if he wants to try to push all of these callers out
Jason
or just take a flop.
opt for the aggressive route, but decides to flat this one, being in an early position and 2 cold callers, so don't blame him. See a flop.
All right, 8-4-4. A couple of diamonds out there. Nobody controlling diamonds. Jason and Coach both with 1 apiece. And everyone just sitting with overcards aside from Jason. But Coach with the pre-flop betting lead is going to go ahead and take a stab at this after it gets checked to him. Dante out of the way. Rhett, not much reason to continue. And a fairly safe board here for Jason. So he will peel off the turn. It's going to be a bit of a scare card here for Jason, as most of the kings and coaches range will definitely continue on that board, even if they were unpaired. When check 2 with the strong range advantage, and Coach is going to continue telling the story. This looks like half pot, 255. And at the beginning of these games, you know, the stacked pot ratios rapidly get to 1 and below. So yeah, Jason recognizing that he's basically playing for his entire stack if he makes this call, as there's nothing to be done on the river if he puts those chips across the line. So he does find the fold right now, and Coach gets away with it and drags the pot. So nice play there, Coach. Ronnie McDonald asking in the chat, hey, when does that bad beat start that everyone gets $100? Well, that actually started at the beginning of the month. So the bad beat progressive jackpot is live right now. And if you are at any TCH location, anywhere in the state of Texas, clocked in, playing cash, and somebody somewhere hits the bad beat, guess what? You're getting $100. So come on down and play with us, whether it be here in Austin, Dallas, Houston, or the Rio Grande Valley. Texas Card House is the place to play. All right, what do we got going on here? A bunch of folding. And Jay Win on the button, going to open it up with 9-8 offsuit. Dante has the other cards closest to that. He's going to call. And Rhett with a beautiful ace-king suited, going to go for the squeeze out of the big blind. Not big enough to push his opponents out, so he's going to get called in 2 spots, and 3 ways to a flop. Only Jay Win finds a pair here and makes the best hand. Dante does have a gutter to the nuts. Rhett with 2 overs, backdoor clubs. Nothing comes through after we check through. Check, check over to Jay Win. Yeah, now you can go ahead and bet for protection and thin value. See if you can get looked up by some sort of hand that turned a little equity or had an inferior pair, but it shall not be, and Jay Win is just going to take it down. Yeah, so far, pretty standard. I mean, I think we haven't seen anything, obviously, too far out of line. I like that on that last hand, Coach just continued sort of telling the story, especially when the king came out, you know, recognizing, I think, that that's going to be a good, strong card for his range. So some of the newest faces here on the show. It's always fun to see sort of how they attack these spots and see how everybody responds to one another. We had some fun interactions going on in our game earlier today, where this is one of my favorite things about this game is that when you get the right group of people, and I don't mean like it's got to be, you know, these people, but just like when you have a group of people that are all playing at a table, and like a dynamic just sort of like evolves out of it because of the way that people are playing. It's so much fun.
Yeah, especially when the people have played together a bunch of times and sort of know what each other are doing and some of their strategies, and you get into some leveling wars and some more fun pots because you know that he knows that he knows, and you just get into this war, and it was a good game earlier today.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. 3 ways to a flop. Everybody whiffs. Q here has the best of it with ace high. Backdoor club draw to go with it.
Jason raising under the gun is going to take a stab for half pot with a significant range advantage and takes it down. Gets ace high to fold.
You know, always a plus. And taking a look at the chip counts there, Jay Wynn did take his option to match up. And it looks like maybe a few other players added on a little bit, but we will continue to update those numbers as we go. Usually, pardon me, it sort of takes a little while till we have like a big hand develop. Somebody stacks up like an extra 1K or something, and then you'll see the pink chips coming out, things of that nature. But so far, so good. We still do have what looks to be 1 seat open, perhaps waiting for a player to arrive, unless I'm mistaken, and it's just someone that stood up, but I'm mistaken. Okay, the table is full, and they just got up and okay. Oh, it was just Rhett, and of course we're 9-handed. Okay, perfect. All right, ace here with unscanned cards, going to raise it up to 30. Chase, Dante, calling. And Rick with 10s, just going to call as well. That'll allow Jason to come in, and we're going to go multi-way to a flop here. What do you think about the flat call here in the big blind?
Yeah, I'd much prefer to see a 3-bet there, especially with 2 callers in between. A lot of dead money out there, and you have a strong hand, so definitely want to be squeezing there with 10s.
Yeah, I agree. Much easier to win with a middling pair, and 10s obviously being sort of on the border between a middling and a high pair. Much easier to win those when you are playing heads up or, you know, maybe 3 ways than to go 5 ways. But
Ends
the 10s.
Yeah, ends up donking and taking it down. But if you think your hand's good pre-flop and then you donk out on a queen-high board, you're just going to get called by better hands. So it's just better to 3-bet that pre-flop and then continue your story once the flop comes out, because you might get some queen X to fold instead of going 4 ways and then donking.
And queen X is never folding.
Right.
Absolutely. All right. Let's see here. We got Eugene Green here in the chat, the master of the TCH live gamble. We'll have to keep an eye out and see. Oh, well, as I say that, he just rolled nut low. And, well, better luck next time.
Well, he still has 62,547 loyalty points. He'll survive.
Yeah. Well, you know, the TCH Live loyalty points, they come and they go. That's how it goes. Rhett here going to flat call the Judies after Ace raised it up. UTG1, Ace King. So some cautious play here tonight that allows Chase to come in and see a very favorable flop. He's got a gutter and a flush draw.
I see Chase betting this all the time. Yeah, he's gonna overbet, slight overbet to 100. Rhett's going nowhere with his overpair. Equities are gonna be running pretty close, jacks for 7-5 here, but we'll see if anyone else comes along. Jason has top pair with a decent kicker. I don't think he's folding quite yet.
Yeah, it's going to feel weird, and you can tell sort of from the amount of time it took him to kind of like parse it out and be like, well, I guess I got to call and see what develops, but does find a safe-looking turn card.
Let's see what Chase does here, now picking up some showdown value. See if he opts to check or go for the aggressive route. Knowing Chase, yeah, he's looking to bet. And he's going to bet big. He 2x, that looks like a 2x overbet. It looks like 600 plus. And Rhett's going to be in a weird spot. I guess he
Oh my
just
goodness.
folds. Snap folds.
Yeah, Rhett sort of taking...
I don't know if Rhett and Chase have any background or know each other's game at all, so I'm not sure. What that, if Rhett is
sort of going with a read, right?
Right.
Or, I mean, so, yeah, and it's always curious, or I'm always curious to know, like, what's going on inside people's minds, right? Like, whether they have either history playing with Chase himself or someone else at the table, or have watched the show and have sort of seen the things that Chase will do. Because Jason here, I think, I mean, the fact that he is still thinking about this, right, instead of a snap fold, it goes to show, like, Jason has some awareness that Chase is going to do this with less than premium holdings on occasion. And honestly, I'll be very impressed if Jason does find a way to. I mean, this is effectively calling off with top pair and medium strength kicker, but he is going to find the fold button.
Getting 2 better hands to fold.
Yeah.
Nice play, Chase, taking down a decent sized pot.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty fantastic. And I love watching Chase play. I love being at the table. He can put you in some weird-ass spots, though, right? Like, where you're like, oh, God, like, all right, I'm about to get stacked, you know? Because, like, all the money is going in, and you just got to kind of buckle your seatbelt. But he always could have found a way to win that hand by making a better hand as well. So, I mean, that's the joys of making big moves like that with hands that have a lot of equity. Chase, the master of the multi-way.
Love to see Chase back at work.
That's right.
The table.
I know, he's been away
for a
for
minute. Yeah.
too long. Absolutely right. All right, I'm going to let you call the shot here as I take a look here and see what's going on in the chat. Izzle.
I think we got Rhett limping the hijack after Chase straddles, double straddles to 35. And now it's Chase's option after Ace completes the first straddle. And we're going to see a flop 3 ways.
Did want to make sure we give a shout out to Alexander Pilapendet. If I butchered your last name, I'm very sorry, but thank you for joining the team. And Fry 2011, thank you very much for subscribing as well.
We don't know what Ace has. Oh, well, Ace now has a queen-eye flush draw, but Chase flops a gutter ball with the backdoor not flush draw, and he's going to take a stab at this for 65. Just over half pot. And Ace is going nowhere with his 2 overs and queen-high flush draw. 3 pairs of board. Let's see if Chase continues it. Yeah, he's just going to take his ace high, realizing his showdown. Double paired board. I don't see Chase folding if Ace tries to bluff at this. And it might probably just go check, check, and Chase is going to take it down.
Yeah, ace high good there. And, yeah, always tough, right, to play the flush draw out of position. I mean, it's one of the most difficult things to play because you either have to start betting up front in order to basically define your range as having some like made hands, or you just end up like check call, and then like leading the river or something silly, and it just always sort of telegraphs what you have. So yeah, really tough there. And Ace does just decide like, you know, if I don't get there, I'm just done with it, and goes for the check give up on the end. All right, 2, 5, and 35. Chase always bringing the big straddles. Whether it's in this game or pretty much any other game, he is one to drive the action.
He likes the big straddles. It gets him to heads-up pots, and it makes his hand a lot stronger. It works out for Chase pretty well.
Yeah, and he also has no fear about playing any 2, right?
Exactly.
So, like, you know, if he does get one person to sort of make a raise, everyone else gets out of the way, and he can play you heads up with some marginal holdings, but, you know, always a chance to make a hand, or, you know, even just give him some connectivity that he can blast at you with and put you in some really nasty spots.
Right.
All right, Ace here, true to name, has flopped a pair of said aces. Chase has squadouche. No, I guess he turns
a gutter ball.
Turns a gutter.
Not much. We'll see if Chase decides to let this one go. Good fold Chase. Ace takes one down with his ace.
All right, a little early on to be taking a look at the VPIPs, but we do have those numbers posted for you there.
Well, we've had plenty of a sample size. It looks...
Oh, yeah? I mean, almost a full orbit, right? You're right. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying here. I mean, clearly the 12%ers down there need to mix things up. Okay, I kid, of course. All right, we got a $10 straddle this time. Dante will be first to act. 4 deuce, not going to do it. I love this Polaroid shirt ensemble thing that
Q's got it
Q's
going
rocking.
on, especially with the mask too. It looks a little matchy, but the Polaroid jacket is pretty fire, I gotta say.
Yeah, no, looking fly, and maybe a little sponsorship in the works, you know?
Oh
right?
yeah.
All right, ace here, a couple of unscanned cards, so newcomer to the stream is having a little bit of an issue getting those scanned in each time, but a lot of times it just sort of, you know, you got to do it in sort of a consistent manner and all of that, so I'm sure we'll have plenty of reminders, and ace will get that down. Chase here flopped 9 high, and backdoor spades is just about the extent of what he was working with. Did have backdoor straight draw, I suppose.
He probably should shut it down here after ace check calls flop, but we'll see what Chase. Yeah, he's just gonna check. Give up. He does end up pairing his 8 on the end, but we'll see what ace does. It could have missed flush draw. I doubt it. He's probably just check calling here, but we'll see what he decides.
Bit of an interesting bet here from Chase. So this is like a pretty advanced like merged range bet where you've got showdown value, but you're going to go ahead and put out a bet that doesn't correlate with the strength of your hand, just to see if your opponent will sort of hero you off with something like a 6 or a 4, thinking that you've missed your spades. And I mean, I love it when you get this to work. It's like there's no better feeling in the world. But it's also barking up a tree when your opponent has a hand like this, King 9, that is going to call
Mine
you.
just doesn't make enough sense for it to work. If he had clubs, he's probably continuing his story on the turn. And the spades brick. So what really improves or goes for value that checks back turn? So
Yep.
especially after betting almost full pot on the flop. So good call by ace there, sniffing it out. Chase going for it, but nice call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And that's the weird thing about going for a merged range bet is that you're hoping that your opponent will somehow fold a better hand and call with a worse one. But very often what will happen is that they'll fold the worse ones and they'll call with the better ones anyways, just because that's sort of the nature of the line that you're on. And but it's always exciting, I think, to watch people make those plays and see how it all shakes out.
Jason raising up in the hijack with suited 1-gap or 8-6 suited. Coach flatting his pocket 5s in the cutoff, and Chase waking up with ace-king bumps it to 200. Let's see if he'll get any action from Jason or Coach.
Yeah, Jason with the player behind sort of makes sense for him to get out of the way, especially with his holding.
Yeah, suited 1-gappers just go down way down in value, especially to this sizing in this SPR. You're just really not getting the odds to call. And Coach kind of the same thing with his low pocket pair. He's just gonna fold a lot of flops and not realize his equity. So kudos to Chase taking it down with his 3-bet.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I like how like Chase's sizings almost always put his opponents to the test. Like in every scenario, right? It's like he'll go full pot or over bets on a lot of flops, whether he's got it or not. You know, his 3-bet sizings are always like 5x. You know, it's like he's just there to put maximum pressure. And if he can take you out of your element a little bit and make you uncomfortable, then you know it's just going to give him all of that edge to go with, I'd say, just cojones that Chase brings to the table.
Absolutely.
As well. All right, looks like we have a $15 straddle here, the old 2-5-15. Folds so far over and around to ace in the cutoff. He's got a playable hand. Going to open this up to 45. Chase on some 6s, and he's going to go for a 3-bet. This is another curious thing about Chase.
I do like it though. I mean, the table's been very passive, and he's just taking the aggressive route, saying, "Hey, if you want to play, we're gonna play for some money."
Mm-hmm.
Dante waking up with queens in the big blind should shut things down. Chase might peel a flop because he doesn't. Oh well, he's just ripping it all in, and Dante snaps it off.
Well, we'll see if Chase can find a 6. He's got a 1 in 5 shot. And he's got a little bit of backdoor equity there. Doesn't turn anything, and the river is clean for the queens. We're going to run it twice. Off to a second run out. There's a 6. And the second board will be good.
Chop it up.
Yeah, chop it up. 31 bucks a piece they made from people that tried to get in there and didn't find their way to the flop. But a little bit of an unfortunate whatever result there for Dante, but also doesn't lose. So, you know what? There you go. Ba-ba-bam. Let's see here. So, yeah, we've got lots more of you fine folks joining us here in the chat and the viewership, so thank you guys very much. We got Albert Padilla, the people's champion here. What's going on? Big Daddy Albert wants to know if I want to play fantasy football in a $60 league. You know what? I very much might be interested. I've only done one league for the last several years, but I used to do 2. And I think 2 is like a reasonable number. Any more than that, and I would just be like completely overwhelmed and would be like, oh, I forget which team has which players, and it would just be a little bit much. But yeah, man, let's talk offline. Shoot me a message on Insta or whatever, and we'll see if that's gonna work out.
3 would be some good diversification, though. Like, if you've got one team that's really bad, you can just kind of trash them and focus on 2. I mean, I guess it's a little...
Yeah. No, it would certainly be doable, but what I find myself doing, I'm very competitive, right? So, like, I'm, like, looking at the waiver wire 2 weeks out, like, trying to figure out, like, who's going to be available and who I'm going to need.
Me
and
as
if
well.
I'm doing that for 3 teams, I mean,
yeah,
it's going to be obnoxious.
2 is the max I usually do as well.
Yeah.
I did win last year, so I'm running on a fantasy heater, 1 basketball and football out of the same group. So.
Not so humble brag.
No, yeah, we got to defend the titles this year.
All right. Jay Wynn here, 3 betting to 180 pre. Chase calling out of position. Cutoff versus button. Chase with double backdoors, triple backdoors, wheel, Broadway, and spade flush, but he is going to check and fold as Jay Wynn reaches for chips.
Jay Wynn stacking chips per usual. Takes it down.
Yeah, dude. So how many teams in your league?
12.
12? You're a 12-team league? Yeah.
12 makes the waiver wire even more competitive, too, especially if you got active players competing for that waiver wire. It gets pretty slim week to week.
Yep. Yeah, I'm in a 12-team league as well. And yeah, man, it is hilarious, right? So we have, let's see, well, I can already tell we're going to have a hand developing here as we've got some limping happening. Jason and Coach both limping from early position, +1, +2. Jay Wynn on a suited wheel ace, sort of a natural raising hand in his position, but facing the limps up front is going to just take a flop. Doesn't want to get back raised and have to fold out a hand as pretty as ace deuce, I suppose. Dante takes the initiative on the button, ace 10 offsuit, and Rick now with a couple of 9s.
I like this from Rick. Earlier he chose the passive route with the 10s, but with all this limping and so many players, 9s is just not going to flop very well multi-way. So if he can narrow this field.
This is actually a raise from Dante on the button. Yeah, Rick is just going to call this out of the straddle. Yeah. But it is going to get half the field to fold. Jay Wynn going to go for the limp call.
We'll see if Dante c-bets this board with his gutter ball. But if he c-bets this, he probably should end up taking it down.
Absolutely right, but we're going to check all the way through. Dante does pick up a pair, which is the best hand here on the turn, and Rick seems to be reaching for chips.
Probably going to depend on his sizing if Dante folds or not. If he goes over half pot, it's going to put Dante in a tough spot.
Yeah, pretty much anything over 1/3 absolutely would be challenged to continue on. Jay Wynn has folded his hand.
Yeah, I don't see Dante really calling this bet. I guess he does peel one off with his gutter ball and overcard and pair, so He does have the best hand right now. Let's see if Rick decides to continue on rivers.
5 of hearts, 737 in the middle. And if Rick wants to win this, he would want to bet something in the 500 to maybe 600 range. Polarize.
It doesn't look like he has 1.1K in his stack. But yeah, he's going to have to go big here.
This looks to be relatively modest, though.
But
300.
against Dante's exact hand, it's going to work. If Dante has something like ace-queen, he's probably calling. Maybe even something like queen-jack that blocks Broadway. But Rick gets it done.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Rick, recognizing that after it checks through, very unlikely for his opponent to have a hand like a two-pair type holding that is going to call him down and sort of put all the one pairs into a tough spot. And sure enough, that's what it did, and Dante lays down the winner. All right, let's see here. Coach, UTG1 facing the $10 straddle is going to limp this. Coach with some nefarious intentions, I would imagine. Chase here, 7-6 offsuit. He's going to be the first one to step in the trap, raise it up to 35. Suited little slick into the muck. Rhett here, though, suited king 8 on the button, says this is worth a call. And now Q with a couple of 5s.
Might try to sneak in and find a flop.
Yeah, I'd definitely go hunting around in the hills, see if I could dig up a set myself. But let's see how Q approaches this. Sure enough, there it is. There's the call.
Yeah, the old I'm tanking. I might think about 3-betting, but I really just don't want anybody to raise me. Please let me see a flop.
And back over to Coach. And now look at all of the dead money in there. And he says, this is my time to shine.
Yeah, this is perfect for Coach.
And a pretty good sizing, too. 215 is now going to put 180 for each player to call. And if Chase folds, then it's just a cascade domino effect all the way down of folds most of the time. And if your first opponent does manage to find a call, it's going to be pretty pricey, and everybody else is still going to wonder, do I really want to watch this pop balloon up with such inferior holdings? So, through that to 215, a couple of folds already. Rick here, suited king-jack is definitely a playable hand in a lot of scenarios, but this is not a good one.
Yeah, nice hand by Coach. Realizing that he's got a lot of aggressive players to his left and some passive players at the table, knowing it's probably likely going to go raise, call. And for him to back raise is going to win the pot a lot of the time, blocking aces and kings. Nice hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I certainly find the merits in the limp back raise, and I've seen it worked to perfection in tournaments, right? But yeah, it's always a little bit of interesting. So, oh, we were getting some sign language from junior producer Seth across the way. He was telling Gordon to stuff the microphone into his mouth. Oh, okay, all right. Dante here in the hijack, gonna raise it up to 35. Rick, small blind, he's gonna find a flop if he is allowed to do so. And Coach will let go of the queen 6, so heads up to a flop. Ace 3 of clubs, queen 5 of diamonds, neither player finding much to do on this flop.
Whiffy.
Dante will continue though for 30.
C-bet probably should take it down. See if Rick might take a stand, do something crazy.
Yeah, tough spot to even just float. You know, you do have some backdoor potentials and an overcard, but yeah, pretty weird spot to float such a disconnected hand as queen 5. And he will just let it go. Dante takes it down. No more contest.
If you're going to continue there, you're probably likely going to have to raise. With a hand like queen 5. But Dante is going to take it down.
Apparently, I'm responsible for something. I am just now trying to get caught up here in the chat as Stephen McIntyre says that I'm responsible. He told super producer Carolyn and blah, 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 something, something. So I don't really know what I missed. There's a lot going on in the chat, and these days it's kind of hard to keep up. But what am I responsible for? Somebody let me
J-Win
know.
just folded the nuts. J-Win just folded the nuts. The nut combo, too.
Oh, my God. Are you
Absolute
serious?
nut
How could he
combo.
do that while we're watching? It's not possible.
I don't
Oh, my
understand, but Rhett does have ace-queen off, facing an $80. I guess it is an $80 straddle from Chase. So maybe J-Win doesn't run a risk of stack with the old king 5 suited.
All right. We've got heads-up action here.
Rhett just limps, deciding Chase might be raising any 2 out of the straddle, and Chase does raise 7-4 off. See how Rhett continues. He could probably just pile this hand in if just to realize his whole equity, knowing Chase is going to be aggressive on most flops. Ace-Queen's probably going to be good enough, but Rhett lets it go.
Wow, and he shows it. Chase should probably not show his hand, but he is going to show it. And he's not really going to get that kind of respect forever from the man in the 4 seat. So, I don't know. Like, I understand that early on, especially if you haven't had a lot of experience with some of the players, taking more cautious lines and just sort of trying to figure things out. But I think that there's a certain level at which, like, the hand selection, right, is going to be very important. If you get too far up in your distribution to where you play it in that manner, then you kind of get run over, even while you're still trying to figure out that information.
Right.
Whereas if you, like, open small with ace-queen and you get 3-bet, and you're like, okay, I'm still trying to figure this out. Like, okay, you had ace-queen, you got 3-bet, like, and it was going to be for all your stack. Like, okay, you can find the fold. But I do think that maybe Rhett just needs a little bit more data points, and he'll get things rolling. So let's take a look here. On to the next hand.
More limping. And to Chase in this straddle. With 2 unknowns, and he thought about raising for a second, but opts against it and decides to see a flop.
I love Caitlin's response in the chat. She saw what was folded by J-Win, and she appropriately lost her mind. All right, 4 ways to this ace-king-deuce flop, 2-tone. Checks all the way through. Rick picks up a pair of 9s. And someone seems to have bet. Probably Rick. Yeah, I think, okay, checked over to Rick. He bet, and everyone steps aside. Okay, there we go. Jamie Alexandria asking who is in the booth. It's Aaron McAvoy and Gordon Granger, otherwise known as
Maple Bagels.
Maple Bagel. Oh my goodness. Just a good old jolly time that we had today. I hope that one sticks, man. Maple Bagel? That was pretty good.
My mom's listening, apparently, so I need to keep it PG.
Maple Bagel, is that not PG? Is that PG-13?
It could be PG-13. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I'll have to Google it or something.
All right. Rick here folds to him in the hijack. 5-4 of hearts. Going to open up to 35. Jason with the number 3. He's going to fold it.
Chase with 2 suited cards, and connectivity is not going anywhere.
Absolutely
Especially
right.
out of the big blind.
And we could see a spicy flop if we get cards that connect with these 2 players.
I want spicy flop. We haven't had a spicy flop yet, so let's get it spicy.
Yeah, let's go. Let's see, like...
5-4 of clubs out there.
Oh, yeah, that's spicy. All right, had a little bit of a hiccup with the action tracker, so we're getting that all rewound and plugged in, and then we'll get ourselves to flop action. It appears that we've gone 3 ways. I see Dante with 2 cards over there. Queen, Jack offsuit. Gonna flop top trips. There's a 5 of clubs out there.
Rick might think he flops best hand and does put out a C-bet, but is going to quickly find out that he is going to get a caller.
Yeah, bet of 55.
The turn is most likely going to go check-check.
Yeah, when your opponent calls on that board texture, there's very little reason to continue betting. Rick recognizes this and does check back. He gets counterfeit on the river, which may save him a little bit, as Dante will surely go for a little bit of value. And Rick with playing the board, facing a bet of 200, nearly full pot. Basically just lamenting his unfortunate run out, which actually was a good one for him, is going to find the fold. Dante going to take it down. JTN 1968 in the chat. Hey, what's going on, dude? Says, why is it that Chase always looks like he just woke up? Because he always just woke up. He's like refreshed. I mean, he, you know, like when he gets to the poker table, he's like, oh, I'm back. I don't know. That was bad. Bad description. I don't know if Chase just woke up or not. He's been awake for days. You never know. What do we got here? $10 straddle. Some folding. Over to Jason here in the hijack.
He's opening it up with the old Queen Jack. We've seen a lot of Queen Jack tonight. And it looks like it's just going to fold around Dante. Not going to take a flop with the 7-5 suited.
Yeah, I'm going to defend the 7-5 suited. Definitely going to defend the 7-5 suited, but Dante says, you know what? Not worth it. And we'll just move right along. Take a look at the chip counts. A couple of players up at 1.6K, and pretty much all of these players in and around the 1K mark. So plenty of chips here on the table already, and the stacks will continue to grow. It's usually by around the first hour or so into the broadcast, maybe hour and a half, where we see someone up over 2K. And there, I mean, there's several players that will always match up to the biggest stack, right? Pretty much J-Win always going to do that. Chase, very apt to do that as well.
Jason probably as well.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully the action starts to ramp up. We're due for some coolers and some big hands.
And, you know, some players actually playing their King 5s.
Yeah,
seeing what happens.
Exactly.
All right, Coach limps the hijack, 9-8 offsuit. Chase on the button with ace-5. Puts in the raise, and Coach goes for the limp call to an ace-high flop.
Gutter ball for Coach, and a pair of aces for Chase.
Yeah, and Chase bets very nearly full pot. Sorry, bets 90, so a little bit under. And Coach, nothing doing. Priced out of pursuing that gutter ball. Chase will take it down.
Shows his ace, saying, you know, I'm not bluffing anybody tonight, so maybe a little credibility for Chase there. Show the ace.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Describe here. He's got the right attitude. He says, I want to see some Pokemon changing owners. Absolutely right. Well, we will certainly be looking for that here tonight.
Nick from Yuma with the comment, Chase is sponsored by Bass Pro Shops. I like that one. Nick knows out of anybody that what Chase is wearing stream to stream because he's watching all of them. But that is spot on, Nick.
All right, ace here with ace king in the hijack, facing a limp from Rick UTG1. Says, nah, bro, let's play for 50. And Chase, he's got the number 2, King 4 of clubs. For any of you out there wondering what on earth I'm talking about, I got Gordon Granger here in the booth with me, and the number 1 hand, the nuts, the stones, is King 5. Number 2, King 4.
Of clubs in
Of
particular,
clubs.
too. So he's got the nut suit.
So the raise to 50, call from Chase. Q puts in the 3-bet from the straddle.
With a mystery. Oh, king, queen.
King, queen.
I do like this with the open from middle A position and a flat from Chase. Like, you block a lot of the strong hands, and it's not going to work this time because Ace has king, queen, and, I mean, Ace, king. But Q is going to flop the best of it. Let's see what he decides to do now.
Yeah, now comes the challenging part of, like, how do you get paid and or deny equity, right, if those are your concerns. But let's see. It's always interesting to see how people approach
Yeah, if he
these
bets
spots.
on the smaller side here, he can get called from flush draws, 9s, 10s, jacks, maybe some other hands peeling off with like 9, 10, jack 10. So this is a good bet from Q. It doesn't look like he's going to get any action unless Chase decides to float or put the pressure on this pretty dry flop.
Yeah, the massive down bet here, right? Like, Q goes for the 1/5 pot size bet, which Chase is like, wait, how many chips do you have over there? Like, what on earth is going on? And he is going to raise him small. This is a min click. And yeah, this is basically like, if you have it, you're going to call or go all in. And if you don't, then I'm going to win, like, a lot of the time.
Yeah, Q's most likely just going to pile this. Obviously, with Chase exact hand, a flat would be better, but he's most likely going to pile this in, I would think.
Yeah, I'm in that camp as well. As if your opponent does have anything to continue with. And I mean, they put so much in there, it's almost like, how could they fold anyways, right?
Right.
But Q is going to play this as a call, and I like this. I mean,
yes, this works well. Allows keep all of Chase bluffs in, and Chase is likely candidate person to continue being aggressive. Q just gonna donk jam it, peel off a clean turn, and then jam, which is also fine.
yeah, nice little pot there. Moves Q up to the top of the leaderboards, 1.6K, along with Jay Wynn, Jason, Dante, Coach, Chase, Rick, and Rhett not too far behind. Ace going to round out the chip counts there at just about 1K as well. So all of these players playing 1K or deeper.
Nice pot for Q. Way to go, Q.
Hell yeah. No, that was really well played. I liked that a lot. And, you know, I've played with Q for a long time now, like in terms of, you know, over the years, whatever. I remember when I first started playing here, when I moved to Austin about 2.5 years ago, I remember I played with Q. And I think we were mostly just like mixing it up in the 1-2 streets. And yeah, Q's game has definitely developed, and as has my own. So you know, it's always fun to like look back and remember like, oh yeah, we used to grind it out in those 1-2 streets or whatever, and you know, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I haven't been able to mix it up with Q much, but he's always a joy to be around. And, the few times I have mixed it up with him on the table, he's a solid player. So it's good to see him on the live stream.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely true. All right, we are doing what appears to be $20 PLO bomb pots now. Forget this $10 nonsense. Let's pump this up. Would not at all be surprised if this was instigated by a man in the salmon shirt in the 1 seat.
Sponsored by Bass Pro Shops, Chase.
That's right. But no matter how you hack it, it's going to be a $20 bomb pot, which means there's going to be 180 in the middle. In fact, wait, did they start with that? Did they start with a 20, or was the first one a 10? Seth, do you remember?
I'm not
Seth
positive.
is busy doing things that are important.
I thought it was 10.
Maybe it was 10.
But regardless, we got 20 in there, so we got a bigger pot.
That's all that
Hopefully some more action, some hands colliding.
That's right.
Buckle your seatbelts.
All right, get these cards scanned in and take a peek around the table here in a moment. We've got a little bit of catching up to do, getting everything sorted out.
Oh, we got Bones, Casey in the chat saying, "What's up, Aaron and Gordon? What's up, Casey? What's up, Bones?"
Hey, what's up, dude? Thanks for
I
joining
think
us,
that's
man.
Bones. Assume C Casey would be Bones, but
Yeah, I think so. welcome to the show. All right, let's see here. Queen 7-6, a couple of hearts, 1 club. And it looks like we got a full pot size bet here from Chase after it has checked all the way around. Dante gonna look him up on the button. Let's see if anybody in early position goes for the check call. or perhaps
raise.
a check raise,
It'd
indeed.
be spicier.
It would be. And I look forward to seeing it. But Rick here, he's got the king and a 5, but it doesn't interact with that board too strongly, except for the 5 and the deuce of hearts.
It's also the beauty of King 5 is when you whiff, you can just let it go.
You can just let it go. Yeah. You're like, that's why I don't raise with hands like ace king and get married to them. Nope, king 5, and I just, you know.
Chase is going to turn trips here, but Dante has an open ender to the bad end and the gutter ball. But Chase is going to bet and take it down with his trips.
Yep, there you have it. 540 going the way of Chase. And on to the next hand.
And then sometimes the game keeps going after those.
Uh-oh. E gambled a bunch of his points.
Uh-oh.
Didn't find it.
The run back continues for E.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, no.
And he'd saved up for such a long time too. I mean, oh, dude, that feels bad, man. Feels bad. Hang in there, buddy. You'll get them back.
We got a straddle for 10.
And you can try to win them back in an hour, which is the exciting thing about accumulating and gambling your TCH Live loyalty points is that every hour you can get after it. All right, what do we got going on here? Jason with a couple of ladies
Kind of curious to see how
in
many points I have.
+1 facing the $10 straddle. Gonna open this up to 40 bucks. 40 bucks.
Show me my points.
I know, I should check my points as well because for some reason I wasn't getting any, and then I accumulated at least 1 point. So I know that there's 1 point sitting in a piggy bank someplace.
I have 0 TCH loyalty points. That's impossible.
Yeah. Well, maybe now that you've asked about your points, it will start to accumulate them. I'm not sure if that's what started it for me or not, but I've been watching for a while thinking that I was banking them.
Here.
And then, yeah. So anyways, that may be the secret sauce is you ask how many points you have, and then it'll start unlocking them.
All right,
Don't know.
start giving me some points, Streamlabs. Jiminy Christmas.
Rhett here looking to get chips, not points, out of his opponents as he has flopped top pair and the bottomest of all kickers. Jason going to continue, though, betting with the 2 ladies. Rhett will go for the check call and checks in the dark. Going into the turned 9 of diamonds. Jason probably going to check back now. This board has gotten very connecty and a little bit tough to get value unless you are going to turn your queens into a bluff. And that may just be the route he's going with this sizing. 175 now on the turn.
Rhett's taking a sand here with his ace.
Yeah, Rhett has had enough of this folding nonsense. He goes for the call and a king on the end.
Rhett holding the ace diamonds here is probably going to allow him to call a little lighter, knowing that Jason can't have ace X of diamonds. And Jason's just going to give it up. Good check back. I don't think Rhett's going to go anywhere after he calls that turn.
Yep, absolutely right. Not a lot of hands in the range that are going to go for the call, fold. And there you have it. Rhett ships a nice one. 600 bucks right there. The usual suspect here in the chat. Eugene has lost more points than all of us combined have won or earned ourselves. That's absolutely right. Ed Burridge here asking how I'm doing. I'm doing very well, man. And he wants to know who's in the booth with me. That would be Maple Bagel. Oh, sorry, I mean Gordon Granger.
Same thing.
Same thing. All right, I'm gonna see what Streamlabs thinks in terms of my point total here myself. I had 1 point the last time I checked. Eugene Green saying that he's trying to lose them as fast as he can. I don't believe that.
You have 2.
Hell yeah. Every time I ask, I get a new one.
Wow.
It conjures me up a new point.
How do
So.
people have thousands and 50s of points?
50s of points.
Yeah, it's
the units
unbelievable.
of 50s. I will raise you 2 50s. All right, we had some limping and then a raise to 30 from the small blind. Not typical squeezing size. More of a pot builder. And
Yeah,
indeed,
a little juicer from the 5-5.
Q's like, yeah, let's spice this pot up for when I hit my set. It'd be lovely. Because you do know that everybody that's limped is probably not going to fold.
Oh, and Chase back raises with the 8-4 offsuit. And it,
It's not working. Coach has got
Coach
ace
going
queen.
call, call, call with ace queen. This is spicy.
Yeah, Coach has shown us a couple of different lines in the game tree. This is pretty cool stuff. Oh my goodness.
And Chase, oh wow, Chase checks it back. I would have thought he would have gone for a c-bet on that board, but
Now he's going to go
going for the
blasty.
delayed c-bet after he turns a 4. He's probably not going to pay off any raise, so I like a flat call from Coach. Let him continue. Oh, well.
It is the check
He does
jam.
pile it.
Yeah. For a second, I was reading that Coach only had 588 behind, and I was like, you don't think he's going to call off the 88? But then I realized that the action tracker was incorrect, and it had put in that Coach was the initial better. But Chase is going to make the call, and he is drawing stone dead.
Hopes
he would
that
need
Coach is on a flush draw, I guess.
Yeah. And that is not 2 4s. So just a lonely jack on the end. Chase going to...
It's not 2-4.
Yeah, he needed 2 4s on the river.
Yeah. All right.
I guess it could have been 2. No, not 2 8s either. It had to be 2 4s. Yeah. Unfortunate. Coach going to get the full double up to 2.7K. He's going to be our new chip leader. So Chase and the remainder of the players around the table, go ahead and reach into their pocket or backpack or ATM, pull out some extra cashola and stack on up. We can already see Jaywin getting ready. He says, oh, somebody's got a big stack. Let's match it. And
Chase pulled some pink chips out of his salmon shirt.
yeah.
Interesting. I wonder if it gets red in there.
yeah, I think it spawns just right in
Spawns
the
pink
shirt
chips
pocket.
in the pocket. That's
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, Sai could use that shirt because he lost a pink chip the other day. And he needs a
Really?
shirt to spawn him new ones so that he can sprinkle them around on the floor.
If only pink chips grew on trees. If only.
Shout out to Sai, who hopefully gets a spot here on the table tonight. We do know that he's on the list and is hoping to get a spot, but someone is going to have to vacate a chair to make that happen. So
I think he's second on the list too, so he's going to need to be hopeful.
This is true. This is true. But we don't wish a cooler upon anyone. But if our boy Sai makes it onto the live stream, he's always quite the character to watch. Makes some very what I think are like pretty cool plays, right? Like we've seen him make several massive hero folds on stream before, and it's pretty cool to see when he is in the zone and makes the right plays, right? And it's even better if you're the guy who gets him to make the wrong play, and you're like, oh yeah, got him. But like most of the time that we've seen Sai on the stream, I think he's zigged when he should have zigged, and he's zagged when indeed he should have zagged.
Yeah, Sai's got very good senses for the game and knows what he's doing.
1825.
Yep, absolutely right. But I'm also hopeful, another shout out to Sai here, also hopeful that he was mistaken about the pink chip. He was like dead certain that he had lost it, and we all helped him look for it and everything. We even pretended that we found it, like, we're like, giving him a hard time.
Give him a couple needles.
Yeah, and, yeah, if it never turned up, then, oops, that's pretty rough. All right, Chase here, UTG2, going to open it up, Jack 10 offsuit.
1725.
No takers so far. Back into the blinds. Q King Jack, gonna let it go on the button even, facing this
He was
$80.
a small blind.
Showed him on the button, but
Oh yeah, button. You're right.
yeah.
Shouldn't argue with the vet.
Or the screen.
Or the screen, yeah.
I can sometimes
So-
I can reads.
Yeah, it was minus EV, yeah, for sure.
Words are hard, but sometimes I can reads. All right.
If anyone wanted to pop off 3005. We got a live 10.
All right, let's see if I missed any shout outs up in here. Let's see here. We got Jedi Master Ted saying, get TCH to make me blue so I can check top points and everything. Oh, okay. Oh, like give me the moderator status? Yeah, okay. I could try for that. And then we got Luis here in the chat says, loves the duo on commentary, dude. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, it's been far too long since you were in here with me. I think I asked you to join me in the booth like consecutive weeks, maybe a month and a half ago or something like that, and it was just like, yeah, I think so, and then like, nope.
Yeah,
and then,
we've
I
had
don't know, maybe
to,
next week. Nope.
We've had to reschedule a couple times, but I'm glad to finally be back in here and mixing up with you. Always have a blast doing it with you, so it's good to be back.
Yeah, somebody's going to have a blast in this hand as we have everybody with a piece. Rick here, gutter ball to the queen high straight, backdoor diamonds, Jay Win, up and down straight draw, and Rhett has flopped middle set. Rick betting at this from the small blind. Can't believe that he was the pre-flop aggressor, so I'm going to guess this is a donk lead.
Yeah, Jay Win just signed a flat, and Rhett is going to pipe it up to, it looks not too big, which I like, to 225 in position. It's a nice little juicy raise.
Yeah, with there being no immediate flush draws to be worried about there, it's just the straight draws. And
especially with the stack depth behind, too. Like, I really like this sizing from Rhett. I mean, he could even decide to, like, yeah, raising's good. Raising's good.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Rick here actually getting sort of like an interesting price, you could almost say, right? Like if Jay Win calls again, right, then it's like now his price is sort of reasonable, but he's going to be playing out of position.
Yeah, he is also drawing to a bad straight too. Even, I mean, with Jay Win's exact hand as well, so
Yeah,
I don't mind the fold there.
Jay Win now,
especially after Jay Win calls.
Yeah, but Jay Win now definitely getting a good enough price.
Yeah,
to
Jay
continue.
Win's not folding here. See what the turn brings.
Albanian Marty here in the chat asking if we can get Caitlin in on one of these live streams. We absolutely can. We'll be certain to get Caitlin back in the booth here before long.
Wow. Jay Win picks up top pair. Oh.
Checky. Interesting.
Wow.
And a free ace on the river here for Jay Win to make the stones. And now going to go for value and has to be like, all right.
Rhett's snapping off pretty much any bet here from Jay Win.
Do you think so? I'm not sure. He's shown a propensity to believe his opponents. Yeah, there.
Wow,
Yeah,
wow,
he shows the tens.
Wow.
And unlike his opponent in the one seat who flipped over the 7-4 and was like, oh, yeah, like this hand was pretty good.
Yeah, I wonder
Jay Win
if,
actually had it.
I wonder if players start to pick up on this from Rhett and decide to play more aggressively towards him with him folding so much to aggression on later streets.
I would suspect that the players that are really picking up on that sort of thing, certainly Jay Win, certainly Chase, right, are definitely going to be doing that. And I think there's plenty of other players at the table that will have seen the way that these have played out, especially the hands that were folded face up, and are going to recognize that there may be a little bit of an edge to be gained there. So, yeah, absolutely right. The more information that you can acquire at the table, especially in a format like this where it's like, cool, let's sit down with these guys, and maybe I've never played with them before. Like, you got to very quickly be able to adjust and change your range. Like, this guy, 3-bets with the nuts, and only like aces, kings, right? Like, not even ace-king. Dude just won't do it, right? If you can pick up on that right away, then you're going to save a lot of money. And then if you can pick up on some of the other things, obviously, making a lot of money is pretty good as well. Let's see here. Chase, king 10, Dante, queen, jack. Check, bet, fold. And on to the next one. Okay, let's see here. Back in the chat, I know I had some people asking some questions. Jamie asking if I'm going to be taking over Mondays. I am taking over Mondays. Absolutely right. So, as some folks have been talking about in the chat here, our good friend, the original GOAT, the one and only, Mike Youngblood, is taking a new opportunity. And so I will be taking over Mondays. So looking forward to hanging out with you guys, bringing in some different folks here in the booth and stuff for the Monday game. So that's going to be pretty awesome.
Chase is putting out an $80 straddle, if I'm not mistaken. Could be 100. Looks like 100.
That's why you have the money.
We'll see. Jason picks up ace king suited on the button. Let's see what he decides to do here. Probably a small raise with the stack depth, kind of a tournament-esque. Only 18 bigs effective. He is still going to 3x it, knowing Chase is not likely folding. And Chase with the nuts.
Jason runs into the nuts.
He is flat calling. This flop is guaranteed to have a 5 on it.
Maybe a king as well. It is the unsuited variety, so you never know what can happen here. But Jason going to feel like he's in a great spot. And still in a great spot somehow. Does flop a king. Both Chase and Jason going to love this board.
And Jason is just drooling with Chase donking out. I don't know how much he bet, but it looks like a massive bet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chase is piling it. Jason is the heavy favorite here, but I don't know. Chase is the heavy favorite with the 5.
Somehow 5 doesn't come. Does pair the
Fades
3,
it.
but the ace is good. So Jason will be getting at least half of this pot. On to the next run out. Chase here looking to find a 5. That's not a 5.
7? Good job? No.
No. So the maple bagel #1 doesn't pull through for Chase.
Goes
Jason
down in flames.
gets
Must have
the-
been a misread.
I love how King 5 is your hand. Like, oh, it's fantastic. What an amazing couple of cards those two are. But Ace King is superior pretty much in every way, and it wins that hand as it should. So Jason going to get the double there, and that's going to take him up over the 3K mark. And we'll see if Jay Wynn and some of these other players reach into the pink salmon pocket or other such compartment to produce more pink chips to match on up. Jake D here says King 5 off deserves to lose. Wow, he's got words for you,
That's
God
harsh.
on.
That is harsh.
Blinds, please.
Yeah, if anyone hasn't seen Chase play before, welcome to the show. And second of all, Chase just plays the way he plays, right? Like, I mean, he had top pair there, and he's going to get all the money in.
Yeah, and with Chase too, like when he flops top pair and he's betting, like he bets so many different flops that top pair almost becomes a premium hand for him. So when Jason piles it on him with not much behind, it is a snap call for Chase because of how often he is donking those kind of king high dry flops.
And here I can only imagine that this is a blind hand. So Chase will also do this at times, especially when things haven't gone his way, is he'll pile it in and just sort of see what can happen.
He is. It is his 66-34, so.
Yeah, ace here with an
Super
unmade
live.
hand. 5 and 9, still live. Going to the river, it's a king. So kings up for ace on the first run out. Ace will be getting half the pot. On
Chop
to the
it
next
up.
run out.
Chop it up.
No 9, no 5 just yet. Needs one here on the end. There it is.
Yeah, chop it
Nice
up.
one.
It's just fast chop. Chop it up.
Chop it up, says Gordon, and chop it up. Ed in the box will do. There you go. Yeah, Chase doesn't mess around. And one thing that is for sure is that Chase will just like have a good time no matter what's going on. But as things get maybe like more and more stuck, he'll be like, all right, well, I'm ready to gamble more and more to try to get it back. And so then you'll have situations like this where you're ace and you're like, I'm going to come in with like a buy-in. I'm not saying this is ace in particular, but like in this scenario, right? Like I'm going to come in with like a buy-in or two and just sort of see what happens. Chase is like, I'm going to put you to the test for all of it pre-flop. And you got ace high over there. Like, are you really feeling good about that, right? I mean, like that could be like the heart gets pounding and everything. And to Chase, it's like, all right, let's see what happens. Oh, we also see it was 9-8. Oh, it was 9-8, not 9-5?
Oh, wow.
So, wait.
So does ace scoop?
I
It looks
guess.
like ace is scooping it.
Oh, we had a misread that whole
I
time?
told you the king 5 was a misread.
Oh, the king. Oh. No, it's because he's in the 1 seat. We had a card intended to go over to the 2 seat. I can only imagine that drifted over the scanner there. So that is something that we've seen here before. So, all right. Full double there for Jason. He makes kings up on the first board and ace high good on the second board. So, anyways, thank you guys for hanging out with us. And do bear with us when we do at times have card misreads there. But it was not 9-5. It was 9-8. And it didn't make a pair there on the second board.
Unfortunate.
Very. All right, 10 and perhaps $25 straddle here.
Looks like it.
Could be an open to 25 as well. Let's get the action caught up here. As we do see Q. Yeah, this is a $25 straddle. Q and Rick out of the way. Jason with a couple of ladies. He's going to raise this up to 100. And that's just going to get through. Rhett not going to defend his straddle with the king 9. All right, went to showdown. Ace showing down the most. Rick and Q have not shown down yet.
Live 10 straddle.
Da, 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 da. Oh my goodness. All right.
2,000.
Dun, dun, dun.
C10 is 2,000.
Wow.
Thank you, guys.
We're up to 724 of you fine folks watching. If we get up to 700 likes this evening, setting the bar a little bit high, we will go into overtime. So start crushing the like button if what you want to see tonight is even more live poker after the 11 p.m. hour. All right, what do we got here? 3 ways, 2 a flop, all of the Broadway cards represented. Ace, King, 4, Rainbow. Dante.
Everybody with a little piece. Dante flopping top. Rhett with a gutter ball and Jason with second pair.
Check, check. Jason continues for just under 1/3, gets called.
Turn is most likely going to check through unless Rhett decides to, yeah. And this is an interesting river because now the kicker doesn't play. Oh, wow. Oh, I thought Rhett was the one with ace queen. So
Yeah.
now this is kind of a weird spot for Jason because if say Dante had a king, the ace plays the kicker, but Jason realizing that Dante isn't really going to lead out with a king, and he's most likely betting an ace for the thin value at that size, correctly folds his king-jack.
Yeah.
It's a good fold by Jason.
Yeah, absolutely right. All right, taking a look there at the chip counts. Jason, 3.5K. Coach on 3K. Jay Wynn chipping up to just about the 3K mark. And yeah, quite a few players now with 2K in the stack. Let's see, it looks like Chase has gotten a reload on the old dose and may have added a few chips onto the top of that tower. But I don't see any pinks produced by the shirt, at least not at the moment. All right, $10 straddle out there from Q. Gonna earn some folds. Chase moves the tower across the line. Says 2-5-10. How about 2-5-10, 9-15 to go?
Come and get it. What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? You don't know how to goddamn play.
I got set.
I have set, yeah. That's right. Shout out to Apple. I hope Apple makes an appearance here later on in the broadcast. We'll
I'd
get
take
Cy
Apple
and
over
Apple.
Cy. Yeah, or Por que no los dos?
Yeah.
Let's get them both.
Yeah, absolutely. Q gonna duck out. King Queen offsuit says it's not quite worth it to play for stacks.
Yeah, I don't blame Q for that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and some people will look at that and be like, well, but somebody as crazy as Chase and whatever, but like you don't have to just flip for it all or like play for it all where, I mean, you could be crushed, right?
Especially a hand like King Queen off where you could easily be crushed yourself. So with only $10 invested and 900 and however much more to call, it's just an easy fold for Q.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny because like you still are playing the game of poker that is like still like centered around like how do I win what's in the pot, right? Like that is still like the fundamental game of poker. And when it's like 2-5-10 and then someone goes 900, like
You really are theoretically only supposed to play aces at that point, but
yeah.
with a guy like Chase, you could maybe open it up to kings and queens and maybe ace-king suited, but probably not.
I mean, you certainly can.
You
You
can,
certainly can. But like you
but-
start to widen it out to account for the fact that your opponent is going to do things
Right.
a little bit differently. But the math is still telling you, don't just like pile it in there with any two big cards because
Right.
like, oh, it's Chase. So yeah, King Queen, good fold. Why not? Looks like a raise and take it, and now we have another hand. Another hand coming. What do you know? Who would have guessed? Here on TCH Live. Thursday edition. Thank you guys for tuning on in. Wow. Here in the chat says, playing with people like Chase is good action. That is absolutely right. And
Chase is just an awesome dude to play with too. Like,
yes.
he's just a good dude in general and crushing life in general. So he's just fun to be around.
Yeah.
Poker aside, so he's good for the game in more ways than one.
Absolutely. Yeah, cool dude. For sure. Proud father, I believe, or soon to be.
Soon to be. But I'm not sure.
Yep.
I haven't seen Chase in a while, so I haven't gotten an update yet. But
Yep.
I'm sure he'll be busy with his child or soon-to-be child here soon.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
enjoy Chase while y'all can, chat.
That's right.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, so raised to 35 here from, that's not Chase. Okay, so it's going to be J-Win with the open to 35. Getting the action. Caught up. Dante has put in the smooth call. This was Jack 8 of clubs from the hijack. Dante, a couple of sixes in the cutoff. And now we will get the action to continue over and around to Jason in the straddle. Ace-King offsuit. It's squeezing time. And what do you think? 200? No, probably 170.
175, yeah, in that area. It goes on the smaller side, I think 135. J-Win, yeah, just not a defendable hand. You could see Dante peeling off a flop here with sixes. We're pretty deep, 2.6K effective in position, but just gonna let it go.
Yeah, Jason with the big stack there, sort of being like, well, I cover you, so what you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
And they're like, fold, we yield. I love just like reading individual words from the chat as I just like scroll to see if there's anything that sort of jumps out at me. And y'all's vocabulary is fantastic. So let's see, we got some big tournaments coming up here in the state of Texas here in the next couple of months. You gonna be playing any of these tournaments?
I think so.
You think so?
I think so.
All right.
I'll definitely be playing some of the bigger ones. And the ones close by and local. We
Yep.
won't name names, but
Yep.
I sure will be mixing up in the tournament streets. They've been some good fields with some good guarantees, so I don't mind me a tournament every once in a while. I know you'll be there.
I absolutely will. And let's take a look at this hand as we've got 3 players all representing ace-10. And
Rick
ace, the only
with
player
the
without an ace.
Best ace-10 with the nut flush draw. Coach with the 10 high flush draw just immediately gets rid of it.
Oh.
And Rick gonna take it down.
There you go. Easy game.
Easy game. Easy game. Easy game.
But yeah, a bunch of tournaments coming up, so going to be doing that. As of recently, we've had a little bit of cooler weather. That's been nice. You been getting outside at all, doing anything fun outside of the poker room?
A little bit. Been playing a little bit of golf, but not too much. I need to get out there more, honestly. I've been too much of a card room rat and not seeing sun, me and my pale skin, so.
Yep.
We need to get out on the links, play some hoops, or do something. Enjoy this weather that we have here in Texas.
Yeah.
Too much grinding.
Yeah, that is true. You always gotta find some time to sort of just mix it up and do something, like preferably for me, something that's like involves a little bit of exertion, right? Like I had a buddy that during COVID, like we didn't really have much else to do. Like everything was like shut down or whatever, but there was one tennis court where the nets were still up. And so we would go over there and we would play. And that was like a really good distraction from everything. It was like we were able to get outside and just sort of, hit the balls around. But okay, let's take a look at this as we have a 3-bet pot developing here. Rhett going to go for the raise to 40 and the call to 140 with the 2 clubs.
Caitlin says, or bowling, but there's no outdoor bowling, Caitlin. I need to get my sunshine. Get that vitamin C.
Vitamin C, vitamin D.
Yeah, vitamin D. One of the ABCDs.
Yeah, well, I know you're a big fan of the vitamin D. But okay,
letters are hard.
Rick here with the overpair is going to bet when checked to Rhett'll let it go. 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. Not interested in continuing, and Rick will take it down. But yeah, absolutely, man. We gotta do something to break it all up and hopefully, get a little sunshine and such. So, Caitlin is challenging Maple Bagel to a bowling match.
Let's get it.
Oh, she gets gutters though, she says.
I don't. Yeah, you can have the gutters all you want. I do not want the gutters up.
I haven't been to it yet, but I've heard it's cool. I've heard it's
And Wonder Egg wants to play you in golf for points.
I will play you for points. Bring it on. Give me some handicap though.
Chase is all in here. He's got a couple of sailboats, UTG. He says, I'm going to get my money back somehow from somebody, and I don't care who it is. I got 4s, and it's time to pile it in.
What you gonna do?
What you gonna do? Now it comes around to Jason, who actually has a sizable stack here.
The same kind of spot as Q with the king queen off and players behind.
Yep. Yeah, the players behind definitely going to factor in there, but also just it's king queen offsuit, and like if your opponent has ace deuce, like you're behind, and you need to improve. And is there really any reason to pile a bunch of money in there when you are literally invested for nothing?
Negative.
And even if you had $2, $5, or $10 out there, it still
You
wouldn't.
can see a little pain on
incentivize
Jason's
you.
face because he knows that like he most likely has decent equity in the pot, and that Chase just rips it. So you can see the pain in his face to pick up 2 Broadway cards and have to let him go for only 1 raise. So
Yeah, that's true.
you do have to express some pain when you fold those hands to a single raise.
This is true. E here says that we could join him for a jog. Hell yeah, man. I would absolutely do that.
I did start running earlier this year and was running at least once a week, sometimes twice a week. But I could never fully commit to running. There's just no. I'm more of a competitive person, so I need like a objective or a score. In running, I guess you're always like trying to get your times better or increase your distance, but I don't know what it was. I couldn't stick to the running program.
Yeah. For me, I enjoy running as well, but the temperature is really what drives it for me. Like if I'm out in just like a beating sun, just like sweating my ass, like it's just not as enjoyable as to when you can run in a more of a cool environment. And so I used to run a lot when I was back up in the mountains in Colorado and New Mexico because it was very arid, right? So like, yeah, it was 90 or 95, but there's zero humidity, so the sweat just like flies off of you, and you're not just like sitting there just like swampy. So anyways, it's been much harder for me to continue, running here.
Jason with
sure.
absolute garbage with the king 6 suited. Just kidding. It's a fine hand. Opens the hijack to 100. I assume there's a straddle out there. Yeah. Rep put out a $25 straddle, and coach is defending with worse connected spades. I like this. You could 3-better. Oh, and he's gonna flop trips.
Yeah, coach banging him off here tonight.
Jason most likely just gonna c-bet this board small with his whole range.
Yeah, I think something 75 or less.
Goes for 80. Coach not going anywhere. It's just either call or raise. He is liking to flat, keeping all of Jason's bluffs in. See if he'll barrel a turn. And the 10 of clubs brings nothing for either player. Let's see if Jason continues his story or decides to check and give up. This board is so dry, yeah. There's not many hands that are going to call flop and fold turn, so Jason does decide to check. And coach is playing this one a little tricky, checking back.
Yeah, no flush draws to worry about. The full rainbow completes on the turn, so coach just hoping that Jason actually has an ace with some sort of kicker that can go for a bet on the river.
I don't really mind this from coach either because once Jason bets flop and checks turn, he most likely isn't going to call a turn and river, so check, yeah.
You misled us all because this is still turn action. We were still waiting for it to get caught up.
Oh,
And it was a check and a bet.
My
and a fold.
bad, my bad.
No, you're all good. We had a little bit of a delay there. It did appear that we had a check on the turn, but sometimes you just got to wait until the pooter tells you what happened.
Pewter.
The pooter. You gonna learn today, says Kareem B. That's right. I think he was talking about something else, but I'm just going to turn it into what it was for right there. Right then and there. Okay, got that.
Let's get her full text action out now.
That's right. All right, Q here under the gun. Doesn't do anything with the 4 deuce. Rick, though, ace, queen. That's a hand.
That's raisable.
Worthy. Almost as good as the king 5, one might say. Yeah, maybe not. Okay. Chase here, jack 5. The old fake nuts. Fig nuts, maybe.
Dante with a king-queen off in the big blind is liking a flat. Rhett will release. Dante dominates. See if we get any Broadway cards in this flop.
Dante snap checks it over. Don't have the board read in yet, but action will be on Rick on this queen high board, and Dante
What a flop.
might just be losing some chippies here.
And a 3/4 size bet. Dante obviously not going anywhere. He's gonna men click it up. I don't see Rick 3-betting this. He's most likely just gonna flat.
Yeah, this is more than a min click as well. 225 here from Dante. A couple of black chips lurking.
Yeah, especially to a full pot size. This is kind of a, I guess, a see where you're at kind of raise.
No, I know. Oh, you don't live there.
But Rick is not going anywhere with his top pair, top kicker. Can't really raise and get called by worse.
Although he may be planning just that maneuver.
It looks like he is grabbing 3-bet chips. And he's going to put in the 3-bet. Let's see how Dante reacts to this. This might let Dante get off cheaper.
580 total.
Um,
At least it's furnished too.
yeah, and he is just going to let it go. Yeah, he's letting it go.
Well, he found out where he was.
Yeah. 2000s, early 2000s are calling, and they want their EV back.
Oh my God. Yeah, well, there you go.
I don't want to see more cards, man.
Wyatt here says, what's wrong with the see where you're at raise? People bad talk it all the time. Well, so I won't comment too much on it, but I will say that let's say that this hand played out differently. Let's say that Dante raises to the 225 and his opponent calls in position with the top pair top kicker. And Dante, now playing out of position on a turn with still another card to come, pot bloated up to over $600, goes for, what, another small continue on the turn, right? Sort of another 200 maybe.
Right.
And his opponent calls him again. Now the pot's up to around 1,000. What are you going to do? You're going to keep betting for value, you're going to check, and then your opponent bets 750. What do you do then? Right? The quote-unquote problem with the find out where you're at bet is that,
Especially from out of position.
it doesn't really help you find out where you're at. It makes your opponents fold worse hands that you were ahead of and you didn't want them to fold, and you get called by better ones. And being especially out of position, as we just said, is like horrible to be out of position against a hand that's better than you, because you're never going to know it until the cards are on their backs and you've lost all your chips. Anyway, so yeah, modern poker theory has sort of moved past the old find out where you're at bet, but some people will still find value in pretty much any play. And that's not to say that because, you know, the modern game of theory and everything has sort of gone a certain direction, that you can't play the game the way you want to. So, you know what? Get out there and do what you gonna do. And Chase is gonna get out there and do what he gonna do with the 10-8 offsuit. Couldn't quite call it the dude talking, because that's the 10-8 of clubs, but half of it.
But Dante has the other half blocked. It looks like he's pondering a call, but I don't know if Dante's going to call. Maybe he might feel a little steamy after getting blown off top pair last hand. It looks like he's going to reluctantly fold.
Yeah, once again, with players behind, you never know if they're going to wake up with the goods, and you've just taken a hand like ace-10, pile $1,000 in, and someone's like, oh, yeah, I got kings, you know, and you're like, ugh.
I loved Q slow peeling that one.
All
And,
right, pick one.
you know, given the old reaction when he looked out the 6-4 off.
Yeah. All right, Chase says pick one, and the 10 of hearts is flipped over, so Dante is like, oh, I had the best 10. That was probably good. But we're going to go on to the next one. Chase, once again, gets the old Ripperooski through.
Picks up a nice $17 pot.
I was thinking 9-7.
Did you say a nice $17 pot?
That's the best one I've gotten.
Yes, those are the best, you know.
I mean, it's $17.
That is true. It is. Shouldn't knock it.
It's going to make $17 more when he decides to rip the next one in. So we got two of the same here from Ace and Dante. Ace-Jack offs colliding. Jason completing on the straddle with his Queen-9 suited.
Yeah, Queen-9, that's a good hand.
It is, especially offsuit from under the gun. And it is going to flop the best hand, flopping top pair. Ace and Dante whiff.
Checks all the way through.
And just in case he wasn't good on the flop, turns another 9. Let's see what Jason decides to do now, if he decides to lead or check again. And it looks like he's going to bet. And let's see if he meets any resistance from Ace or Dante with their 2 overs and Ace high. They could be good, because Jason could be leading out with lots of different hands here with lots of draws, straight draws, flush draws, and Dante realizing that calls and peels one off. And this might get Jason paid. Dante might think ace high is good with all the draws breaking and the board pairing. I would like to see Jason go for, and he's just going to check and win.
Oh, so Jason sort of tried to set the trap with a check there. A little bit curious because he covers the board so much, and it's really hard for his opponent to have anything that would bet for value. So Dante happily checks back in. And I imagine you were about to say you'd like to see a nice polarizing bet there. 200 in the pot, you could go full pot or even a little bit of an over bet there, just to sort of be like, well, what are you going to do with like all of your aces, right? Like, are you just going to, you know,
Especially
like call them all or
when he
fold them all? What are you
bets
going to do?
turn, after Dante checks back flop and he bets turn, like he has all the strong hands, but he also has all the, you know, missed draws. And Dante has a lot of hands that are bluff catching type hands like ace high on double paired boards. And Chase ripping it again with a queen 10 off. Let's see if anyone wakes up and decides to make a stand against this man ripping it all in.
Yeah, Hank here just tuned in. He says, what's with the guy that's jamming 10-8 pre? So Chase, he's stuck a little bit early on. And Chase not afraid to just sort of gamble and try to build it back up. So
Jason with a feasible call. Now that Chase has done this 4 or 5 times, knowing that this isn't all premiums now, but you know, the 4th or 5th might be the strongest. He might just have aces this time.
You always wonder if that's the case, but I do think that this hand is strong enough. I'm not saying that it's like, yeah, you should call, but we were talking about like, okay, when somebody rips this much into this pot, like you should be calling with aces, kings, maybe ace, king, and then you can start to widen it from there.
Oh, wow. See, this is the issue, too, when you have player behind you. Coach wakes up with ace, king suited. If you're coach, I think you got to be piling this one in.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Barely.
And Jason's sick to his stomach. He's like, I didn't want anyone thinking. I wanted to snap fold and move on to a flop turn and river against Chase. But Chase is actually live, right? None of his cards
Chase has
are
a
covered.
decent equity against these 2 hands. Oh, wow.
Oh, coach, let's go the ace king. He says, I'm just not ready to flip for it.
Well, queen is coming, so good fold play.
Could be. Jason here shows the ace jack diamonds. Chase, queen 10, face up on its back. So talking about doing some business, run it once, maybe twice.
I feel like if you're ripping it, you know, I think it's a, I guess they are in place.
Yeah. No, I would rip it as well.
I would
I'm
rip
trying to
it if
double
I
up.
was the one trying to double. Safe flop for Jason.
Unbeatable hand on the turn, except for a potential chop.
Club.
Doesn't come out. No way.
10.
Ace right behind it.
And Jason is going to scoop this one. And Chase might be reaching for some more salmon colored.
Yeah, gonna have to hit the reload button if he wants to continue here. And well, Chase, he got like 3 or 4 of them through. Couldn't get one last one through with the queen 10 off suit.
Seat on
And
screen.
I might even believe that that was just Ed saying seat open on the live stream. That means we're 1 player closer to having a side at the table.
And 1 more player closer to an apple sighting, hopefully.
Let's see here. D Shug here saying that Ace King would have doubled. And that's the crazy thing. If Coach rips it with the Ace King, then Jason is just going to have to throw up in his mouth a little bit and release the Ace Jack. And yeah, the Ace King is going to get not only Chase's money, but the dead 1K from Jason. But yeah, Jason being the only player that had a stack that covered him, I can also see the rationale behind dipping out there, not risking it all. Dante here with a couple of aces. Her ones in the +2 position, raised to 45.
Coach is not letting him just pick it up that easy. You're going to have to go through me and my 10-9. See a flop. Jack high, nothing really going for Coach except a backdoor straight draw. And he's going to release it. Dante takes down a small one.
All right, looking at the chip counts after that KO, Jason moving up to 4.5K. Coach and Jay win just about the 3K mark. Dante and Ace around 2K. Rick and Q 1.6. So we will be getting a new player in to occupy the 1 seat here momentarily. Rhett also doing a lap around the building, perhaps. Heard us talking about going for a run. Decided, you know what, now's the time. He'll rejoin us here shortly as Dante now under the gun, facing a $10 straddle. 4 deuce offsuit, not really the holdings you're looking for.
Hey, we got my guy.
Fold.
My guy.
Q with a suited queen jack in the hijack, gonna certainly open things up to 35. Rick with an ace-5 suited, definitely 3-bettable from the cutoff. Elects on a flat.
Well, yeah, it'll be.
And we're gonna see a flop heads up between Q and Rick. And we got KJ coming in to C1.
Hell yeah, dude. All
Love
right.
to see it.
Yeah, KJ, an OG of the poker scene around these parts, has been a player and a dealer in the area for
We get
quite a while.
pretty raggy flop. Q gonna continue here small. Looks like a 1/3 sizing. Rick with some backdoor draws and ace high is definitely gonna take one off. And Q binks a queen. Let's see if he decides to check or continue betting. Now turning top pair. He elects to check. I don't mind this. And now Rick decides ace high could be good. And that's a little over half pot. Q obviously not going anywhere after turning top pair. And is just going to elect to call. Let's see a river. An ace and an ace only for Rick. And a king is going to peel off. It does complete Jack 10, but everything else bricks.
And Q holding a jack, even if Rick were to go for something, depending on the sizing, I think queen jack is going to be a fairly straightforward call. But let's see here, Rick reaching for chips. He is going to put the pressure
This
on.
Doesn't look big enough. Looks like a 190-ish, a little less than 2/3. Q probably not loving it, but realizing he's probably going to just have to call this one off. Rick could be doing this with lots of different hands. And especially with this king, like how many hands are really improving besides specifically Jack 10 or a flop to 9. So Rick representing a pretty narrow range here.
Yeah, and
Q's sort of at the top of his range is probably just going to have to call this one off.
Yeah, I think that's right. And Q also chops with all queens now, right? So, like, you could imagine that, like, you were ahead, your opponent did somehow float with, you know, queen, I don't know, queen 10 of diamonds or something, right? It was like, oh, let's see what happens. Picks up an inferior pair, now gets here to the river and is like, well, I don't know, maybe I just keep betting and just sort of see what happens. It is possible, although maybe a little bit unlikely. So Q just going through the motions to try to figure out, like, what does my opponent have here most of the time? It's going to be probably weighted towards 9s and then just, like, air balls. And so...
Especially on that drive flop, Rick can be, and the small c-bet, Rick can be floating very wide.
Yep. And Q doesn't have a heart, and the hearts came in on the turn. So 25 bucks on the flop, you got like ace-5 of hearts, right? Like you're definitely going to peel one off.
Q doesn't look like he's loving it. It looks like he's leaning towards the fold. I mean, Rick does get it through.
All right, show the bluff there, Rick. He says, nope, just going to put a 5 on the card, slide it to the dealer, and that'll be the end of that. So, I mean, well played, Rick. Q getting a little gun shy there. I mean, it obviously looked strong, right? But it was 9 or nothing most of the time.
9, Jack 10.
Yeah, it's Jack 10, I guess. Matthew A here saying he doesn't block hearts too, so that's a snap. I'm not quite sure about a snap. I mean, I think I'm calling, but I think I definitely would have done a similar thing, sort of like go through the progression and be like, well, how do you get here? And really like the 10 jacks of the world.
It was such a small C-bet on the flop that
Yeah.
he's probably floating with Jack 10s
All
with
of 'em.
backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, 2 overs.
Yep.
It's not totally unreasonable.
Yep. Absolutely right. Well, we'll see what happens as we continue here along on TCH Live Thursday edition. Aaron McAvoy here in the booth, joined by Gordon Granger, the Maple Bagel himself. And Kristen here sitting down in the box, which means we got a $20 PLO bomb pot coming up.
I'm just getting hungry. Sushi sounds good.
Oh, so I remembered something I was going to bring up earlier as we get this bomb pot shuffled up and dealt out. So in my league, and you'll have to tell me about yours, in my fantasy football league, I've got a Raiders fan, a Bears fan, and 2 Broncos fans, and they like tend to like load up on their players, not like overly.
Right.
We had one year where it was like the one Bears guy was just like he literally had like Trubisky and like he had both of their running backs, right? Because like there was that one
Like
sort of
Montgomery and Forte or something.
um,
Forte and someone else.
yeah, it's their one running back that always like catches passes out of the backfield on 3rd down, and it was like actually a really good running back, but like
Probably Forte then.
no, it's the other guy. I mean, somebody in the chat can maybe say who it is, but in any case, so whenever they load up on their players, like early in the draft or like middle rounds, oh, it's so juicy. Like 4th, 5th, 6th rounds are so primo because like some of the like reaches have happened and these other guys have fallen
Just
to you.
sitting there, yeah.
Oh, it's amazing. Do you have anything like that in yours? in your league?
Not to the extreme.
Tariq
but
Cohen, yes,
definitely,
thank you. Tariq
some
Cohen.
favorites.
Okay.
We have an Eagles fan, a couple Patriots fans, some San Francisco fans, a Seattle fan. So we have a little bit of bias, but they don't stretch too much, and it's a pretty competitive league. So not too much craziness going on.
Okay, gotcha. All right. Speaking of craziness, we've somehow checked all the way through to a
Jason
turn.
picking up top 2 in a Broadway draw. Rhett deciding to bet with a mystery hand, pots it.
And Dante here with king high spades. Dante actually the better here. No, okay, that's incorrect. The better is Rhett. Dante had been entered in on the action tracker,
And
so a
Rhett
little bit of a
has
hiccup.
aces with the nut flush draw, and a queen, and a Broadway draw. Same Broadway draw as Jason. To a king. And Jason is going to call with his top 2 a Broadway draw.
So Dante
See
with
what
the
a
king
river
high diamond, or
brings.
spade, out of the way.
And the spades get there. Rhett makes the nuts. Well, not the nuts, but is going to pot it. And Jason pretty much has a clear fold here.
Yeah, you don't see people go blasty on a texture changing card like that with a hand that top 2 pair beats very often. So
Yeah, if Rhett wanted to get paid, he'd have to have gone a lot smaller.
yeah, and that's the nuance of the PLO bomb pots is like how to effectively pressure your opponents into folding or having difficult decisions
It's hard
without
balancing.
also getting them to fold.
Right, it's
when you
hard
wanna
balancing
get
those
paid.
kind of spots. Like if Rhett were to bet like 1/3 pot there on the end, like what other hands does he do that with that aren't bluffs? But then again, who really cares about balance in these sort of games?
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Albert Padilla here in the chat says, "Go Eagles." All right, Eagles fan for our boy Albert. And remind me who your team is.
Excuse me?
Your NFL team, like who you.
I cheer for Seattle, mostly
Seattle.
due to Russell Wilson.
That's right. I knew there was a team that had nothing to do with your hometown.
I
but
think I'm
couldn't
wearing
remember.
a Marshawn Lynch shirt underneath here too. Yeah.
Oh, really?
So
Oh, there you go.
beast mode action.
Nice.
Just about that action, boss.
All right. There's nothing quite like watching that highlight reel fucking touchdown.
I love, have you seen like the DQ James, like YouTube guy who does like the rendition of that wild card playoff game in New Orleans run by Beast Mode, the Beast Quake?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's a classic video. He does a great voiceover, like
Oh, it's a
announcing
commentary on the Beast Mode.
run,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah, that's an absolute classic. Yeah, you'll have to look that one up afterwards. But
Okay, absolutely.
one
I
of
mean,
my
I guess I
all-time
may have
favorite
seen it.
YouTube videos.
I may have actually seen it and just was like, "This is the." I mean, I don't know, maybe not, but
I think you'd know. I think
I probably know. It's been a long time since I've seen it,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
do
yeah.
remember it vividly in my mind of him just like railroading the entire opposing defensive team
Yeah.
on his way to the end zone. All right, 4 ways to a flop.
Bunch of raggedy cards, but we get to see a
Oh,
flop.
these are primos, dude. Look, we got suited little slick over here.
This
all
is
right.
true.
Yeah. All right. Primos for days. 2
This
players.
is an action
top pair.
action flop. Top pair plus. Some equity from Jaywin, but being second to act, he might just let this one go.
I like how KJ, his name is CrayJ, just now picking up on that.
This is a good bet. Let's see what the turn brings us. Coach does have a gutter ball to go along with this top pair.
Yeah, certainly no reason to be run out of dodge just yet. Ooh,
And
top
crazy turns a little crazy top 2. And bets again for a little less than half pot, 105 it looks like.
Yeah, freedom costs $1.05.
Coach not loving it, but getting a price. And bricks. So let's see what happens here on the river. KJ ripping it. Coach now in a little bit of the blender, but I think he will be able to find a fold here.
Having the 9 is both a little bit good and a little bit bad, right? So like if your opponent is going to go for a full pot size jam here, they're going to have all of the nutted hands, which can be Jack 9, of course, which you do block. You also block the top 2 pairs like Queen 10s of the world, but you don't block the other hands like sets of 8s and 6s.
Yeah,
And
but then again,
even-
what bluffs does KJ really have here when he donks and leads into 4 players, bets turn and bets river? So
Yep.
Coach putting the pieces together regardless of the blocker or not, and realizing that the line is too strong and gets away from second pair.
And that's an important thing that you kind of just have to figure out as you go along, because some players, especially when they're new to like, all right, I got to really start thinking about some of these other things, right? Like what about blockers? What about like different textures and how they interact with different ranges? And they can get a little bit over attached to things like blockers in scenarios where it's like, oh, this really feels bad, but like I got blockers,
you do see
right?
that mistake with a lot of new players that like are learning the game and learn like new concepts. They overvalue one aspect of the game that they're currently learning about. Like for that instance, blockers. Oh, I block a lot of the straights. I should be calling. But in reality, KJ led flop, bet turn, and bet river, and on that board, like he's just never bluffing. And
And like the bluffs that 10-9 could be are just, yeah, really hard to find.
Right.
Yeah.
right.
Rhett here, +1, ace king suited, $40 to go on a $10 straddle. No straddle this hand actually. Jason now facing this open from early position, gonna flat with the ace jack. Sometimes the 3-bet is in order, but this time gonna go for the smooth call. CrayJ as well in the mix. So 3 players, all with Broadway hands.
Let's see a Broadway flop.
Nah, probably 8 high.
Probably, most likely 8 high. See who takes a stab at it. Oh, Broadway.
Broadway.
We got CrayJ with the open ender and Jason with top. And Rhett with a gutter ball and no backdoor flush draw. Jason going to bet his hand, probably on the smaller side. Yeah, $50, a little less than half pot. Cray J not going anywhere quite yet with his open ender. And Rhett sees that he's getting a price and is going to go with his gutter ball and 2 overs.
Yeah, so queen on the turn, obviously, max juice, but it's a 6 of clubs.
No help to either player. Let's see if Jason continues betting here. Now that 2 players have called, it gets a little more dicey, but there are draws out there and worse jacks to get value from, so I wouldn't be surprised to see him continue, and he does. For, again, a little less than half pot. I like that sizing. Keeps in a lot of the worst hands that you're targeting.
Yeah, I think I'd be a little bit more inclined to go for a check back here, as there's no flush draw to be worried about. If you are up against an inferior jack, you're probably even more likely to get paid by them on the river versus like a bet line. And yes, sometimes you're going to allow a free card to peel off that's going to be bad for you, but you're going to know what they are. And if your opponent now suddenly donks out for like way over pot, like, okay, that sucks. But most of the time, if you kept the pot small, right, like you can easily just go for the check call or the call in position. And yeah, indeed here, we get the bet, the call, and 5 of spades on the end. So wait, Cray J folded the king-queen there to the bet of 125, actually.
And I wouldn't be surprised for Jason to go for another bet here on the end, with Rhett being a pre-flop raiser, checking flop, check calling turn. Let's see what Jason decides to do here. And Rhett folds before he gets the bet out. And Jason takes it down.
Yeah, nice sizing there on the end too. Jason really being like, you know what, most of your hands are either just like snap folding, but if you have a jack, you're going to pay this off a lot of the time, and let's get a good bet out there. Doesn't get paid off, but does stack up to 4.5K, and will continue to chip lead this table well out in front of his closest competition. Yeah, so we got some people talking about TCH Live loyalty points. You know what? Like, this is new for us here at TCH, working with Streamlabs. I certainly don't have a lot of experience with it personally, but like, it seems like each time I ask how many points I have, I get another point, but like,
I think
not
it
much more.
probably has to
than
do
that.
with participating in the chat. Because I've been watching streams and I haven't been accumulating points, so it must have to do with chat participation and screen watching.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's curious because it's supposed to be if you're logged in and subscribed to the channel that you'll just be accumulating those points for having the stream open.
Well, then I'm getting robbed out here.
Well, so again, I want everybody to know, like, we're doing the best we can as we implement this new TCH Live loyalty point system, and there'll be lots of new and exciting things coming down the pike with it, like in terms of what you'll be able to use those points for. But again, remember, like, we've only had this live for like a week and a half or something now, and there's some kinks to be worked out. So each time we come across one of these things of like, hey, what's going on? This doesn't seem to be working right. You know, people sort of pointing out X, Y, and Z. Well, then we get to go back and tinker under the hood and try to get things sorted. So please do bear with us, and don't get too crusty if like you miss out on a couple of points, because there'll be plenty more streams for you to build those up. All right, the crusty maple bagel over here. We gotta watch out for that. All right, Cray J, he sat down and he's VPipping at 75% and making things happen in place of Chase. So happy to see that. Still looking for one more seat to open up, see if we can get Cy up in there. But as of right now, everybody hanging tough here on TCH Live Thursday edition. All right, $10 straddle out there. So you played the Monday stream and the Thursday stream. Most recently here, just last Monday, you were out there.
That is right.
And I don't know. What are your thoughts about the different formats, the different lineups? Do you like playing both equally, one or the other? Whatever?
Yeah, I like playing both, and they're two really completely different games. You get some tougher lineups in the Monday night stream, and a lot more pre-flop raising and re-raising and squeezing. In the 2-5, you have a lot more passivity and multi-way pots. So in the Monday, you have to be somewhat tighter in the earlier positions, more aggressive with your marginal hands if you want to realize your equity. But in this Thursday game, you can open up your range a little bit, play more hands, and not have to worry about getting squeezed out of pots as much. But I enjoy playing both equally. We'll see. I need to get back on a Thursday stream. I missed the Thursday stream, miss playing this game.
I also miss playing. I would love to get back out in those streets. Now that I'm going to be moving to Mondays, I will be doing Mondays and Thursdays at least for the short term until we can find some more commentators to sort of take on some of the load around here too. So we are looking for new commentators, and we'll just have to see how that all shakes out. Maybe I'll have an opportunity to get out there on a Thursday and maybe mix it up with the old Maple Bagel myself.
Yeah, let me know when you get on there.
Dude, that'd be
so
awesome.
I can pile it in.
Yeah, so it'll be King 5 versus King 5 for sure for all the chips.
Whoever has clubs wins.
Yeah. Cray J
Jay Wynn
here.
folding the nuts again. I can't believe it.
Was it suited? Clubs?
No, it wasn't suited. But he did have one of the clubs.
Oh, well, my goodness.
Cray J did open up to 160 on a $40 straddle, double straddle. So
Triple even,
once
yeah.
again, I can't blame Jay Wynn too much. Jay Wynn has been a little card dead tonight. Probably a little frustrating for him, but hopefully we'll get to see him in the next soon.
Cray J here giving a brief
Coach
monologue.
doesn't want to let this $40 go without, seeing a flop and a challenge. He's got two cards close to each other. Let's try to make a match for some straightening cards. Let's see a flop.
Let's make a match here on TCH Live.
This pot
Thursday.
is pretty big, and KJ, it says, only has 694 behind, so SPR of 2. Let's see what this flop brings. And it brings a gutter ball for Coach and top for Cray. I'd like to see Cray continue here small. Maybe like 115, 120. And looks like that's what he bet. Yeah, 120.
Cray J from 15 minutes ago, he heard you through the ether. He said 120, pretty close to 115. And yeah, Coach who had let go of the gutter to a C-bet earlier, I think now maybe with the backdoor diamond equity that he perceives is willing to peel one off, sort of see what happens.
And Cray J does have a lot of air here when he just C-bets here small from the hijack, so I don't blame Coach.
Ooh, he's going to pile it now. Donk leads out all in to put Cray J to the test.
And absolutely snaps it off.
And they run
it
one
once,
time.
And Cray J holds. Nice hand, KJ. A little double up. 1.7K pot being shipped in that man's direction.
Yeah, not too bad, that is for sure. All right, so my last points query was rejected. Let's see if I've waited sufficiently.
I'm still at I think 1 or 2 points.
I'm up to 4. Each time I ask, I gain another point. So maybe just spam hashtag point. I'm kidding. There's got to be something, a method to the madness.
Now just gamble your 4 points away and start building up the roll.
I can't gamble until I get to 10.
Oh.
Yeah, you gotta have 10 or more. If you have 10,000 or more, like Eugene, then you just gamble and double it up. Although Eugene has been on a little bit of a tough streak here recently. I think he was well up over 100K, 120K or something, and he's gone through. He's on a downswing. He's down like 60K.
It happens to us all.
Yeah. Yeah, the old downswings. Downswings are something nasty. I know you've been on a downswing before.
They're no fun, but they're inevitable when you play this game.
And have you found now that you've gone through some downswings and like sort of know what it's like, do you find yourself either A, dreading the next one, like sort of anticipating it when things are going well and you're running good, or do you feel like you're just like prepared enough for it that when it comes you're just going to be like, yeah, roll off my shoulder?
I don't think anyone will ever like being in a downswing.
Well, you don't have to be,
But,
yeah, sure.
but
sure.
what I've taken away from each of my downswings that I've had is I try to learn and try to be super honest with yourself. How much of this was actual run bad? How much was it of play bad? And how do I now take what I've learned through this downswing and make improvements to now play good poker? And if you're going to be playing good poker, you're going to be winning in the long run. So
I'm going to have to cut you off, but we're going to come right back to that. I want you to finish that thought, but we've gone heads up to a flop here. Jay Wynn 3-betting the 5-4 of diamonds. Rhett just flatting the button with 2 queens. We get a king high flop. Jay Wynn with a pair of 4s. Checks it over, and Rhett, no spade in hand, just piles it. Is like, well, if I got the best hand, I just want you to fold, and I'll take it down now. He does have the best hand. He does get the fold, and he does drag the pot. All right, so you were saying. You know, learn from playing bad. And
you learn through each downswing. And even when you're running good, even when I'm running good now, sometimes you feel like you're on top of the world and you're never going to run bad again. But in the back of my mind, you know it's inevitable when you play this game that you're going to go through some rough patches. And that 20% equity or that 40% equity is going to come in. That 5% equity, those one-outers are going to come in and you're going to lose. And there's nothing you can do about it. And you got to take it for what it is. Be honest with yourself and improve from your mistakes. But yeah, I feel like each downswing strengthens my game.
Nice.
I try to make the most out of them and learn what I can from each different one. And I feel like it's good because if you're running good all the time and nothing ever bad happens to you, you're not learning. You're not getting better. So downswings are learning opportunities for me. Is how I take them.
Yeah, I think both in terms of the game as well as sort of on a personal level. Let's take a look at this hand before we continue this discussion as Cray J opens UTG2 with a couple of black 9s. Jay Wynn goes for the 3-bet next to act, 10-8 of hearts. Dude talking heart special. Dante flats. The ace, 10 of diamonds in the hijack.
Cray J closing the action, yeah, easily just going to be able to set mine here with his 9s.
Yeah, and Coach in here as well with a mystery hand. So multi-way, 4 players.
Jay Wynn kind of stepping in it here. Was not expecting this to probably go 4 ways. It is going to flop top pair, but it is dominated by Dante's better top pair.
Yeah, this very much going to be a protection bet, just like I really would like everyone to fold, and it's possible that I could get called by some worse hands like pocket 9s, but once Dante snaps his chips across the line, I think the prospects of anyone else calling.
Jay Wynn does have backdoor hearts, which is good for him. Cray J trying to figure out what is going on. Are my 9s ever good here? And looks like he isn't going to give up on this one so fast.
Well, it appears to me that he's really just sort of trying to take stock of what his stack, like in relation to the pot is, and like, can he sustain any further aggression, right?
Right.
As to whether or not he should continue. I think the biggest problem here is being like just the third person to act here. There's a bet and a call, but he is going to come in for...
I think he's coming for a raise. It looked like a raise.
Wow.
Jay Wynn probably not loving this this being multi-way and Dante being next to act after the c-bet and snapping it off should send some alarm bells to Jaywin, but Jaywin isn't done quite yet with his top pair backdoor flush draw. This kind of also puts Dante in a weird spot now with just a 10, because Jaywin can still have all the overpairs. CrayJ could potentially have threes and overpairs as well. Yeah, and now Dante's going to fold. So Jaywin calling gets the best hand to fold. And CrayJ drawing super slim here to just a 9.
Yeah, pretty wild. And CrayJ really not happy that he got A called, and now another overcard peels off that could be part of his opponent's range jack 10.
Jaywin most likely just going to check this one back. Yeah.
Quite happy that his opponent just checked to him, obviously.
If that's just 300, I'm sure he's snapping this off.
Yeah. And yeah.
Jaywin going to get shown the good news.
Just a pair of 9s. Oh, no, I got a 10. And the way that hand played out, very interesting. And yeah, Dante over there going to be scratching his chin like, how the hell did I have to fold ace 10 and the best hand there? So yeah, pretty unique way that that hand was played there.
Yeah.
I think, so taking a hand like 9s and turning it into a bluff is always going to be rough, because your only chance to improve if you're behind is to hit a 2-outer.
Right.
And so you really just don't have much to go with. Now, like, let's say that you had 4-5 with a backdoor flush draw, right? So it's 3-3-10. You got 3-4-5 with a backdoor flush draw. Like, there are a lot of turns that give you significant equity improvement.
Right.
You could take a hand like that and go for a check raise and be like, I don't know, like, what
Or
do these
even-
guys have? Like,
yeah,
let's punk them off of this.
Even a hand like 10-9 suited or something like that, too. Where, especially, I think in KJ's spot, he was really like, I'm most likely or think I have the best hand, so I'm going to raise and try to get these people to fold their overcards or whatever else they have. But the better hand to raise there would be hands that can improve and have more equity against better hands that are going to be calling. So,
Absolutely.
CrayJ just stepping into it a little bit there. Getting right back at it with the 8-5 suited, though.
Yeah. Captain Underpairs here dropping a $5 super chat, says great commentary as usual. Thanks, man. Really appreciate that. Let's see here. We can come back to this, but Kaita5 saying also that if you do raise, why not continue bluffing on the turn? So, but let's come back to that because we do have this hand developing, and I think that'll be an interesting discussion. So 4 ways to a flop for 35 bucks. Raised from CrayJ in the +1 position.
This is going to flop a pair plus flush draw. And Jason and Dante both flopping middle pair. Ace flopping top pairs. Everybody gets a little piece of this.
CrayJ with a pair flush draw. That is really great result when you open up from early position with
Dante's napping with the middle pair, no backdoor.
Yeah, I think Dante has shown in the past a little bit of steam, so just had to fold the best hand there, feeling like there's just a little chance that his hand is going to hold up, and then the next hand, you know, going to play a very speculative hand like this.
With Jason and Dante calling, ace is going to fold the best hand, which I don't mind. Jason now turning 2 pair. So gets away cheaply with the top pair.
Yeah, another scenario where the action really dictates like how valuable your hand is, like regardless of absolute strength. You know, you're fairly far down in the hand rankings, and even though you've got top pair, it's like all these people are calling and playing, and
Jason,
what are the chances I
Jason probably
hold
going to
up?
go for a big sizing here. Does elect only to go over shade over half pot. Trying to get called wider. I would have liked to see a more polarizing sizing after the turn checks through and the river is a blank. But I don't think Dante or Cray J can really call this. Dante might be a little sticky here, as you were saying. Yeah, he does pay it off and is going to get shown the bad news.
Yeah, the steam from behind the ears there showing a little bit for Dante. And Jason with that hand chips up to 5K. So Jason on one hell of a heater here, up 2.5 as we take a look at the cumulative winnings chart there. The next closest profiteer, just about 1K. So really good stuff there for Jason here tonight. All right, so let's see here. So before we get back to the chat here, the question was if you're going to bluff raise or probe raise. I don't know exactly what to say that the nines were, right? Like going for the check raise with that. But then what about continuing on the turn was the question, right? And it was a jack of clubs. And honestly, I think the slowdown, the check, is sort of warranted because your opponent's range has condensed into just a set of hands that are just absolutely ahead of you, and you're drawn to 2 outs on,
Yeah,
right?
at that point, you're just trying to realize your full equity and get your hand to showdown. 'Cause
Without
once-
putting any more chips.
Yeah, because once you get called, once your raise gets called on that board, you're most likely behind. So slowing down, you're most likely not going to get many hands to fold that called flop. So slowing down really isn't the worst play there.
Yep. Yeah, I think I tend to agree with that, and I wouldn't even go for a smallish bet on the river, targeting a weaker hand. Like maybe once in a blue moon, your opponent does call with 8s that are just like, you know what, I think I've got a read on you or something, 8s or 7s or something, just a little bit sticky and thinking that you're up to no good. But yeah, to go for any sort of thin value there at the end, I think is just a little bit too ambitious. But anyways, let's put that one in the rear view and
Jason,
move
the
on
run
here.
good continuing, waking up with some ladies on the button to J-Win's early position open, the 9-8 suited. Just going to 3-bet it up here to 125. Pretty standard. Folds, folds, folds. J-Win probably going to peel off a flop with this suited connector and playing this deep. And does elect on a flat call. A 3.8K deep. Let's see what the flop brings. Ace high flop. Jason's still probably going to continue here. Pretty much with his whole range. Holding the Queen of Hearts is not very good for his opponent's calling range, but a bet will probably just take this one down.
Queen's one of the hands that benefits the most from a check back here, though, as
Yes.
well. And you can 3-bet some hands that are as weak as like ace-10 off, and then when you flop this, you just sort of check it back and not too worried about building the pot up. So I think you can
Right.
certainly mix queens in there, especially with
Yeah,
Queen of Hearts, like
I
you
think
said.
if the board was more like ace 6-7 or ace low card, but it was ace jack 6, especially like 2 suits. I think that's fine just to continue with your range, and it just simplifies your betting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's spot on. And yeah, and it's tricky too because if you look at some of this stuff in a solver, right? Like there are certain board textures where it's like you have such a strong range advantage that it doesn't matter that you have a hand that really doesn't benefit from building a pot. It's like you still should just bet everything, right? Like when you range bet everything, even though you've got second pairs. But I do think that the sophistication at which like it deviates from just like these are boards where we just range bet to these are boards where we want to have some strong checkbacks happens pretty quickly, right? Like there's not a ton of boards. Like you don't just have like 30% of boards. I just get to do this and
Right,
whatever.
right.
And some people tend to think
Some people think they
That
can
you
just
can't.
always c-bet for a third
Yeah.
sizing, but you can't.
or you can, but maybe you shouldn't.
You can, but yeah.
she knows it's also true.
Jwin squeezing here. It looks like out of the straddle. 260 over a couple of limps. Looks like he might get this one through. KJ might set mine with his threes. Looks like Rick is not going anywhere with his suited jack. Jwin with a better suited jack. Jack 10 suited. Decent hand to squeeze with. A lot of playability and a little bit of balance for Jwin.
Yeah, just trying to get everything caught up here in the action tracker as it looks to be the pocket three is actually not going to go digging in the hills for a set. So
Yeah, I think it was a stack depth problem for KJ there. I don't think he had too much behind, so.
oh, and he would have flopped it.
Jwin flopping 2 overs in a gutter and Rick flopping nothing, so it's probably going to go bet, fold, Jwin win.
Yeah, a little curious, honestly, that Rick is in here with Jack 4 suited. Perhaps just sort of a little bit tired of the card distribution he'd been getting, and he's like, well, you know what? I'm going to see a flop and play a hand, and this is the kind of board you see with Jack 4 spades, and wonder why you tried. But bet of 45. Rick will look once again and let it go. He's like, well, I got 4 black cards, but no good. All right, so KJ would have flopped Jin with the bottom set there.
Interesting sizing from GA there, too. We were just talking about the 1/3 sizing on all the boards. I mean, I think that's fine there.
Was it 1/3? Is that what he went?
Yeah.
Okay.
He could probably use a bunch of different sizings there. But it got the job done.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think that was the old 1/3, and I plan to double barrel a lot of turns.
Probably for a size up. Yeah. Absolutely. Let's see here. Ethan says he's going to the meetup game this weekend at TCH Houston with Brad Owens and Andrew Nemi. They are going to be around the TCH streets down in Houston first and then up here for middle of the week stream action and meetup game action. So looking forward to that. Going to be pretty cool to see those guys back here in Austin. Did want to give a shout out to Francis Morgan. Thank you very much for subscribing. And just saying to anybody that's out there that is watching this broadcast that is not subscribed, that is going to be the best way to keep up to date on all of our future broadcasts, which is just about 7 days a week. Almost all the poker you can have on the TV at all times. So do make sure that you are subscribed. That would also enable you to acquire those sweet, sweet TCH Live loyalty points. And especially once we get all the kinks worked out on that, you'll have all sorts of cool things to do with them. Let's see here. What do we got going on in this?
Looks like we got a 4-way pot with KJ being the pre-flop aggressor out of the small blind, going 4 ways. Bunch of connected hands. Some broadways. And looks like Rick and Coach both flop top pair.
Rhett with an up and downer, too.
Yeah, and Rhett with an open ender. Pretty dry flop, too. I don't see any of these 3 players getting away from their hands.
Yeah, KJ first to act.
I think he checked already.
Okay. Yeah, is a pretty tough spot to go ahead and
yeah,
continue.
I don't mind checking here, especially with KJ's exact hand.
And stack depth, yeah.
And he's finding out the bad news pretty quickly. He's going to have to release.
Bet of 185 from Rick. Coach makes the call, and Rhett says, you know what? Let's see a turn. Give me an ace. Give me a 6.
And this pot has gotten big quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, we're up to 1K in the middle here. Kristen pulls the chips
Let's
in.
see a 6 of spades.
Burn and
Or the Jack of Diamonds. Coach's hand just got a lot better, and everybody else hates life a little bit more.
Yes. Absolutely right.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this check through. Coach might put in a bet to sort of get value now and have the option to bet again on the river if checked to.
Rick cutting out chips for a bet here, and I think that a continue on this turn card in particular, given the action on the flop, is going to be more danger than it is benefit for the most part. Obviously, we can see the cards right now, and so like it makes it sound like, oh, I just can see that he shouldn't be doing this. But at the same time, when you have two opponents call you on a very dry board, right? Like the only real straight draw there is the 4-3, and like this was a pre-flop to 110 hand, like 4-3, okay, maybe one player could have 4-3, but what does the other guy have, right? And if he's got pocket 8s or 7s or something, right? Like, is he going to call this bet? Are you going to get value from that? I don't know, right? So it's a little bit dicey.
Shipping it here too, which is also a little dicey.
Yep.
But Rick only having 1,000 behind, he's just saying, all right, let's get it in. If you have me beat, I've got a flush draw. So let's ride. And Rhett is going to release his 4 high, and Rick is now in a tough spot.
Yeah.
Another reason to maybe check this turn. But now most likely just going to have to fold this hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's just not many bluffs again here that Coach has. Betting into 2 people with short stacks and a guy now betting into him and him raising. So
yeah,
it'll be tough to make a call here for Rick.
Yeah, I think the logical hands that Coach can have that Rick is ahead of, ace-3, ace-4 of diamonds. And that's 2 combos of hands. And while you may be ahead of them, like your equities are going to run like not superior, like not really strong in your favor, right? Especially given the pot odds.
And
here.
the hands that are doing this for value, you're mostly just crushed. So
Yep.
yeah, the hands that you're beating, you're not locked up against, and the hands that you're losing to are crushing you. So I think Rick is going through that motion right now, and he's realizing that he's not in a good spot.
Yeah.
And we'll play the Jeopardy theme music while we wait for Rick to fold. A little extra TV time.
Rick trying to get something off of Coach, but Coach has been pretty stoic. Glances over just to kind of see what Rick is jabbering about. I think I see.
Coach doesn't seem like the person to give off a bunch of information. He looks pretty sturdy there in his seat.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think when Rick took as long as he did, Coach was probably feeling like, I think I actually want to call.
Maybe call me.
Yeah, like I think I want you to call.
It's a little dicey, but maybe queen 10, 10, 9.
Yeah. Takes it down, and Coach there shipping that nice pot. That was a $1,300 pot. 3-way action there going into the turn. That's what you get here in Texas, especially TCH, Austin. All sorts of action. 2-5 running here on the regs. Fired up in the early afternoon each and every day. Come on down, hang out with us and play some 2-5. 1-2 running all the time. Basically, if the lights are on, the doors are open, and people breathing, there will be 1-2 running here at TCH Austin. So do make sure to come on down, hang out with us. Members appreciation here for, I think, the next couple of months. Don't quote me on that, but we are going to continue half-price Tuesdays, half off your hourly rate on Tuesdays here at TCH North Austin. Be sure to come in and hang out with us at least on Tuesdays, if not the rest of the week. Get yourself a piece of the progressive bad beat jackpot as that continues to get more and more beatable. I don't know exactly what hand we're on right now, but it started out of having like a 10 high straight flush beat, right, which is obviously just like really effing hard. And then it's continued to drop on down. So we'll get that down to where it becomes something much more manageable, where it's like, oh, you got to have quad 7s beat, quad 6s, right? And it'll keep going down and much more likely to happen. So come on in, hang out with us, play a great game of TCH poker. Try to get a piece of that jackpot. All right. The dude talking here for ace in the cutoff. 9-6 of diamonds for Coach, and Q with queen 8.
Spicy flop.
Yeah, Coach here. Second pair backdoor diamonds and a straight draw ace up and down. Straight draw backdoor clubs. Q is already headed for the exit with not much, and actually this is just a bet of 60 from ace, and he's going to take it down. Coach not interested in any of that backdoor equity and the second pair, so he's done with it. And that'll be all she wrote. Is that a sigh? That's a sigh.
Where?
Seat 4.
Where? Oh, it is a sigh.
Yeah,
Who
so
left?
we lost a ret and we gained a sigh.
This is amazing. Get ready to be torn apart, Mr. Sai.
Yeah, Sai was saying before the stream started, he's like, if I do make it in there, you guys can't tear me apart. And we both were like, snapped, like, no, dude, like we're gonna tear you apart. And if we don't do it, then the chat will. Am I right?
Yes, please, chat. Rip this man apart.
Yeah, so we'll see. Sai, always an entertaining character. And a pretty strong aggressive player. I do suspect we're going to see a lot of 3-betting and 4-betting from him to sort of
And he's
put these
not
other players to
matching Jason at 5K, so it's a little soft move, buying in for like half the big stack, but we'll let it slide this time.
Yeah, well, I mean, so he may have lost a few pink chips on his way over to the table.
Oh, yeah, I could have dropped him on the floor. And
Yeah, so, you know, we'll give him an opportunity to go back.
we'll give him a couple minutes to scoop up some pink chips and come back when he's ready to fire a real bullet.
Exactly, exactly. All right. Coach here, open it up. Early middle position, queen 9 of hearts. Bunch of folds. Over around to Sai. Ooh, he's got a 3-bet in hand right off the bat. King, queen, offsuit. Pump these rookie numbers up. Take it up to 100. And Coach is like, you don't just sit down at my table and with that puny little buy-in and 3-bet me off the pot. So I'm going to call, play in position with a dominated queen. 200 now in the middle. And there's a queen high flop. Coach could be in for some trouble. Sai first to act here. With the pre-flop lead, goes for 1/3 pot, 75. Coach says, sure.
9-ball one time.
Oh, looks like a 9 upside down.
I expect to size up. He might be going for a check raise. I don't know what he's doing here, checking this turn. Realizing that he can't get value from lots of hands that call the flop, but to this size, he probably wants to check raise.
Yeah, 75 is a little bit of a curious bet here on the turn. Sort of screams flush draw almost.
Or like
if you
or
fold,
like
great,
worse
not.
queen that's gonna check back rivers. And this is an action killing river. So Sai misses out on the maximum value after he gets a cooler flop. And he's gonna chop it up with queens and 3s with an ace kicker. Well played, Sai.
Yeah, I think betting the turn.
I think I would have liked a close to full pot size bet on the turn.
Which is almost like way more what I would have expected from
Yeah, that's
Sai.
what I'd
That's
expect
like
from
his
Sai. I
MO.
think that was maybe a little stage fright from Sai. I don't know.
He's like,
but,
everybody's looking at me. Time to check. Time to check back. But anyways, Coach gets bailed out. Ace on the end. Sai gonna have to settle for half the pot back. We'll get all those chips cut out, moved around, action tracked, and on to the next one. Let's take a look at the cumulative winnings. Jason's still the top dog, 2.6K in the black. Coach on his heels, 1.6K. Jay Win up 1.1. Cray J stuck the most. Is he really down 4.4?
No, I think that includes Chase's losses as
Yeah,
well.
I was like, where did all of Cray J's money come from and then go? Like, did Rhett run off with it? Like, what happened? But
No, I think that includes Chase.
yeah, absolutely. I think that's correct. All righty, 2-5 to go. Rick here first to act. No straddle folds. Some pretty raggy hands. Ace here. In +3, King 10 offsuit. Letting that one go. Discipline. Dante now on the button. This is what I expected to see from Sai here. So facing a button open, look down at a suited Jack 7. Let's go for it. 3-bet up to 100. And Q now.
4-bet him, Q. Punish the man. Shoot.
Yeah, given the positional dynamic, I wouldn't have hated it. That is for sure. But
We can see the cards.
yeah, ace-9. Never feels that good to play, especially in a big pot. Gets out of the way. Dante calls. 10 high flop, rainbow. Sai here has some backdoor stuff going on, but just jack high. Favorable board, though. His opponent may have a 10 on occasion, but Sai with a clear range advantage.
Yeah, 75 is fine.
Bet 75. Dante calls.
Let's see if he can turn some equity in barrel again, and that will be a turn to barrel.
Definitely.
Sai probably going to size up here to 2/3 to full pot. Looks like he's going to full pot. Yeah, and just gets a snap fold. Sai plays a hand correctly and scoops a pot.
There we go. There you have it. Oh, boy. All right. Carlo in the chat. Hey, what's going on, dude? How's it going? Yeah, if anybody wants to come on down to Austin and play on the stream, just like Austin Krotz here, who's talking about getting a Kickstarter going for his poker career. You can see that information there scrolling along the bottom of your screen. You can shoot us an email, tchlivelist@texascardhouse.com, or you can drop a line, text to 512-843-1971. Let us know when you're going to be in town, when you want to play, preferably well in advance. We'll do our best to get you on, especially if you're coming in from another state or something like that and want to get on the live stream, show all your friends, your family, your loved ones, your pets, your poker game. So let us know. We'd love to have you here at Texas Card House, North Austin. Cray J here, raised to 30. Dante 3-betting the 9-8 of diamonds. Folds through back to Cray J. It's a little over 4x raise.
It's hard to make a pair all in. That's hard.
I mean, yeah, you can't really call here. Put a quarter of your remaining stack in. Out of position with a hand that is going to have to fold a lot. So it's fold now or rip it.
I don't think KJ is the folding type here either, though. I think he likes piling this.
Well, you gotta fill Rhett's shoes.
But he doesn't look like...
You gotta gamble Rhett.
He looks so borderline, checking the cards, touching the chips.
Mm-hmm.
Cards.
Oh, no, he's folding. I hate to say it.
He's giving us a sweat, that's for sure.
I'll take fold for $1.
I'll take all in for $1.
Okay, all right.
Just for the sweat.
These are high stakes here on TCH Live.
It looks like he's folding.
Yep, I think that's gonna be
All in.
$1. Nope. Oh, he's grabbing the chips once again. Oh my
Do it.
goodness.
Do it, KJ.
Oh, now he's got the white chips.
That's less strong.
when you snap the whites across the line and say all in, I don't know. I think it's a power move. All right, KJ here for his 5-15 behind is really going to think this one through.
After this long tin, I wonder if Dante...
There it is. Dante,
All right.
2 overs. Yep, pay this man. He's
All
money.
right.
Oh,
All
dude,
right.
dollar menu, here I come.
Don't spend it all in one place.
I will, actually. I'm going to. I don't care what you say. I'm going to do it. Kind of tough not to spend $1 all in one place these days. Could you imagine going to 2 separate places to spend $1?
Probably good for him.
Kind of hard to do.
It is difficult.
I mean,
Buy like a toothpick in one place and a rubber band in the other.
Yeah, because the place that had the toothpick probably they were just plumb out of rubber bands. Yeah, absolutely. 2, 5, 10 here for our next hand. We'll get cards pitched out here. How's your topo doing over there? You need a reload here?
I'm chilling on the topo. I'm all good.
All right, I might need a reload here in a moment. So
I can. I need to take care of some business. And I can get you a topo as well.
Okay.
I was gonna pull the Giannis. Did you see the Giannis interview after one of the finals post games, asking where did he go to the bathroom? He's like, I don't know what the polite thing here to say, but I had to take a tinkle.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I did see that. That was pretty fantastic.
I love Giannis. I'm so glad the Bucks won this year. I'm a Bucks supporter when I'm not a Thunder supporter. So
All right, yeah.
I was happy to see Giannis win.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be fireworks. All right, Cy here. Pre-flop aggressor, raise to 35. Coach calls, get to a flop. Ace, ace, 4. Coach, bottom full house. 4's full of aces. Cy here, top trips.
Leads out too. Turn goes check, check. Wow, where is the pot?
It was check, check on the flop, bet 50 on the turn, and Cy calls. Now here we are on a deuce of hearts river. Front door diamonds missed.
Raise? I think he raises for value here, expecting to get called by some weaker aces, maybe some Jack X. Or some random pairs that don't believe him. But I don't think Coach should be 3-betting this either, because I don't know what hands that he's going to get called from that are worse. So I'd like to just see a flat call. Although he does have the better hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is the thing. When you have a hand this strong, when you face the raise on the river, it's like, yeah, like my hand is going to be better than my opponent's a lot of the time, but it becomes like a game theory disaster of raising once again. And indeed, there is the trip aces. Cy will find out the bad news and sort of gives him the old like, whoa, geez, ouch. And yeah, that pot could have been a whole hell of a lot bigger. It was check, check, flop, 50, and a call on the turn.
Yeah, I don't think Cy is really that disappointed with the outcome there.
Not at all.
He didn't lose his stack, and very easily could have.
That is definitely true. So still kind of a rough one there, as that was a raise to 500 for value on the end, gets called and loses.
We were just talking about that one either too, like especially ace-10 offsuit, 2 diamonds on the ace-ace-4, checking back flop, preserved size stack, I think there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely true. Try to keep his opponent's range a little bit wider, weaker, more capable of paying off bets later on down the line. Little did he know he was just flopped into the gutter, but never found his way back out fully into the street. You know, so, you stay downside in the gutter. All right, KJ with the KJ.
Yeah, KJ with the KJ. This is asking for a double up, right?
Yep. There was a time.
Mandatory.
Yeah, there was a time when KJ was a dealer here at TCH, and he had his name tag, and instead of it saying like KJ or whatever, he just like tore up like the cards so that it was a K and a J.
That's funny.
Yeah, pretty nice. He's gonna limp. He's gonna go for the $10 call here, UTG1. On the straddle, this is under the gun. Gets a couple of callers with inferior hands, so let's see a flop.
And it's gonna be king high. Coach does flop a gutter ball. See how sticky he'll be. And he snap calls the $20 bet from KJ. No help on the turn.
Jay, when are you going out in October?
Coach checks again. KJ continues for value, and that's going to be all she wrote. Coach not interested in continuing for another 55. And we'll move on to the next one. Well, if you want to step out and go for a tinkle, then why don't you go ahead and do that, because I need to do the same. This topo is making me feel the same way. So. Actually, yeah, just the, yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah. All right. Well, let's continue on, shall we? In the absence of the maple bagel. The funny thing that how the maple bagel came up was we were playing cards this morning.
There's a little spot between Aria and Bellagio. I can't remember what it's called.
I think it was a maple
You say for like 140
maple
bucks.
donut,
Yeah,
maple
yeah.
glazed donut,
It's not real fancy.
and I think it was Sherry was going to say something about maple. I thought she was going to say something about the maple donut, and it came out maple bag, and she like almost said maple bagel. But then she was saying maple bacon. I don't know. Everything got kind of like lost in translation, but we were all laughing and having a good time. And so what I took out of it was maple bagel. And just from our previous conversation about what is a good nickname for Gordon, I decided, you know what, I'm going to call him Maple Bacon, Maple Bagel. Words are hard. Words are very hard. Caitlin here in the chat, she knows what I'm talking about. She was part of that whole interaction. All right, heads up to a flop here. Q, ace-3 of clubs flop, so wheel draw and a backdoor flush draw. Ace here, top pair 9 kicker. So we go bet, check, bet, and call, $20. Pot now up to 82. Queen here on the turn, doesn't change anything for Q. So quick check, check, and there's the wheel though, as Q gonna find a 5 on the end. Ace here now bets 60 into a pot of 80 for value, and Q has to decide how big he's gonna go in response. Bumps this up now to 175. Smallish raise here. And Ace is like, wait, what? And he's going to fold, my goodness. All right, so Ace says that bet is just far too often going to be for value. I don't know what you have for a bluff, and I can just fold. I mean, he didn't even hardly take any time there. He's just like, nope, that bet means it's value, and I fold. Sure enough, gets away from it. Doesn't give Q another dollar. Three backs into it. All right, up to just about 900 of you fine folks watching us here tonight. 233 likes on the counter. Quite a ways off from our overtime goal. Did set the bar a little bit high to see if we could make that thing happen, or if I just get to go home on time. So if you guys want more time with us here on TCH Live, rear back with all of your might. Strike the like button into submission.
Florida? Hollywood or Tampa? Tampa. No, Hollywood's awesome.
Dun, 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 dun. All right. On to the next one, as we've got ourselves dealer change.
That's over
And that
in
means
Miami. Yeah, yeah.
$20 PLO bomb
No,
pot.
It's the Hard Rock Terminal in Hollywood. Yeah, just north of Miami.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right, well, this will do fine. Thank you, good sir. As yeah, we've had a dealer change, and it is PLO bomb pot time. Looks like we've got one non-taker. Somebody going to take this opportunity to go do a lap around the block. But let's find out what we're working with here. 6-5 Deuce Badoogie. We've got some checking, some checking. We've got some betting, and Sai has folded. All right, so get all of these cards scanned in, find out exactly what we're working with. Dante is the aggressor here, betting pot, 180. And he's working
Flop
with
the goods.
flop straight.
And
yeah.
block stops up.
Right, you are. Jay here has the same hand with backdoor diamond.
And a redraw to a better straight.
And the redraw, right you are. Backdoor hearts as well. So Cray J here, not quite free rolling, but in a really good position here up against his opponent's holdings.
Yeah, J-Wing can't really call here either. Dante slaps it in.
You know, and KJ will turn over his cards. Doesn't realize that maybe the 10 of hearts is actually a pretty good one to have as well. Oh,
Pretty
yeah, let's
much-
turn it over too.
Pretty much free rolling.
4 hearts. that gives him the better hand, and KJ is going to outdraw his opponent with 7-3.
Nice hand.
And it
Sir
brought in the backdoor hearts,
KJ.
too, like, to give him all the
Ultimate.
equity in the world.
But Dante did turn 2 pairs, so he did turn some equity as well.
Yeah. Equity, schmequity.
Schmequity equity.
KJ
Show me
gets
the winner.
Double up. Yeah, pretty gross. But that's what happens in these PLO bomb pots. You flop the nut straight, and you lose by the end of the hand. Like, that's pretty much the name of the game. They should call it flop set, or flop straight lose chips instead of PLO.
Yeah. Familiar story.
KJ scoops, that's absolutely right. Mathemagical 55 has some strong feelings about PLO. He says, I feel like withdrawing my like when I see the abomination that is PLO. If you must have bomb pots, why change the game from no limit hold'em? Well, so a lot of players originally, when PLO bomb pots started to become a thing, had similar sentiments. So you weren't alone in that. A lot of people didn't want to play PLO. They were like, why would we play PLO? We're playing hold'em. Let's keep it at that. And I will tell you that the transition period, while it was a slightly tumultuous one, was overwhelming in its conclusion, which is that people love to play the PLO bomb pots now. And if you come to TCH Austin and go play pretty much anywhere here around the Austin area for sure, other cities as well, the PLO bomb pots have caught on with such a ferocity that if you're playing dealer's choice, you're on the dealer and a dealer button and you call, we're going to play a hold'em bomb pot. You will have people sit out. They're playing the game of No Limit Texas Hold'em for an entire orbit, and then you say, I want to play a hold'em bomb pot. They'll sit it out, and they'll be very begrudging about it. So I understand that, it's a different game and it feels a little bit frustrating, whatever, but once you get a taste, once you understand, oh, this is what we're doing now, you will learn to enjoy the game. It's fantastic, as pretty much everyone else has settled on. So my rant is over, and let's take a look at this board as I'm going to go ahead and step out to use the restroom myself. Be right back.
Ace Riverine top trips here, deciding whether he should lead out at this, and decides to try to get called by a worse 10 or a bluff catcher, and Dante has just that with his 2 9s and is gonna find out the bad news. Ace rakes in a nice one, 1.1K. And Jason still at the top with a chip count of 4.9K. Coach now closely behind with 4.4K. Jay Winston at 3.8K. Dante picking up queens under the gun, raising it to 15.
Sorry. The two look like the button.
Just us.
$2 looks like the button. Sorry.
Yep, just me, RJS, your boss. Just Bagel Man.
Bagel Man, all right.
Well, he called me just us and bagels now.
All right, we got to raise 15 here.
I actually
Dante.
had a college roommate that was nicknamed Bagels.
Yeah? Bagels McGee? Just bagels.
Just Bagels. They called him Bagels.
Dante here has something sort of resembling bagels, a couple of queens, circular in nature. He's going to flop a set. Coach here came along. This was just a single raise pot to 15 and a call. Queen's full now for Dante on the turn. This pot is miniature.
Turning the nut flush draw as well. No reason to raise.
Coach really doesn't want to hit a heart. Doesn't get one.
Dante checks in the dark almost, hoping his opponent bluffs or value bets worse. Try to get some money in there by check raising, but Coach quickly checks it back and Dante scoops in a small one.
Mathemagical's response to my my ramblings was that Yasser Arafat loved PLO bomb pots. Okay. Well, you don't remember Yasser Arafat? He was, I think he was a Palestinian leader or something from the 90s, or yeah, I think from the 90s, or maybe. I don't remember. I remember he was part of like the Middle East like peace like negotiations and everything that was going on over there. I can't remember, but like I remember that name because it's a pretty sweet name, Yasser Arafat. Hell yeah. Also, not sure why he loved PLO bomb pots or whatever, but you know what? There you go. Egypt, yes, probably Egypt. Thank you, Extreme Hawk 8. I'm sure you're correct. Someone with the Google machine could find out for sure. But all right, what do we got going on here? Raise to 35 from Jason. King 10 for AJ in there. On button 5 deuce. And Psy, Queen, Jack of Diamonds. Going to complete out of the straddle. Let's go 3 ways to a flop. 9, 8, 4, 2 tone. Cray J picks up the butt flush draw. Jason 2 overs and Sia gutter to the nuts with 2 overs as well. Could see some chips go in here as Jason bets 25. Cray J.
AJ raised. I believe it looked like, yeah, small raise. This might actually just work.
Yeah, Sia already hit the showers, and Jason, no real reason to continue here. But he says, I can't fold yet. My 2 over card. Bingo! Cray J hits the butt flush.
And now Jason is going to get his cards in the muck. Well, I thought a little bit quicker, but took him 3 extra seconds to pitch him in there.
Yeah, little dramatic effect, you know, the...
A little bit of TV time for the handsome man, Jason.
It's a small pot, nobody cares.
Squire People's Liberation Omaha. I love it. Oh my God. Alex Zuroff says that he was the leader of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Yeah, wow, that's fantastic. I think that's hilarious. I wish that was true.
Nobody cares.
But now we'll never know if it was actually the Palestinian or Egyptian, because now everyone's just going to troll us with PLO.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to have to look this up for myself. So Google machine.
That is too high level of a pun for me.
He was the chairman of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. He was the chairman of PLO. That's exactly why.
Wow.
He said it to begin with.
Wow.
And now I have finally unlocked that in my brain as to why he would say such a thing. And that's brilliant, dude. Well, where did that comment even go? I gotta scroll back up to this.
That's beautiful.
Mathematical 55. That's why he loved the PLO bomb pots. You blew my mind. And had like half of us in the chat like all trying to figure out, well, which was it? And it was the joke that just kept on giving. Dante 3 bets to 110 with a couple of queens. Jay win folds, and Dante will take down another small pot with a couple of ladies. Well done, Mathematical 55. That was like a treasure hunt, and we finally got there. And we all won at the same time.
Oh, Alex Zuroff. He was also famous for bombing Israel, hence the bomb part.
I wasn't going to go there. I was just
My bad.
pleased with the PLO reference. Okay, very good. Fantastic stuff. You guys are awesome. Everybody deserves a high five for that. I wish I could just... Air five to everybody. specifically mathematical 55. All right, 265 thumbs up in the chat or whatever. Thank you guys.
Q with a playable 7-6 suited. Facing and under the gun open to 30. Gets to close the action.
Size exclusively.
I'm defending that 100% of the time. 7 in the window. Queen and a 10 behind it. So Rick here going to pick up an up and down straight draw. 2 overcards. So Q with the best hand right now, but does not have the.
I like the larger c-bet size in there too. Gets Q to fold the better hand. And Rick will take it down.
Yeah, check, bet 55, and a winner. Taking a look at the chip counts, Jason has dropped down just a little bit, 4.8K now. Coach on 4.4. Jay Wynn, the only other player above the 3K mark. Ace, Cy, Dante, all sitting around 2K. Q in there as well. All right, the next one slung out here, shall we?
Some love from KJ. He just paid half of Q's small blind. Did you see that?
I didn't, but that's fantastic.
That's fantastic.
He's like, you need a couple bucks. All right, here you go, buddy. KJ hitting the juice. KJ on the juice is quite an entertaining character. Yes. I will say that, like, I've had a good friendship with KJ over the years. You know, I see him, right? We're like, hey, what's up, dude? You know, like, always good, friendly sort of first encounter whenever we see each other. But when KJ is a little bit sauced, it becomes like a whole nother level. And you know, you could be like on the floor because like KJ just tackled you, or you know, like any number of violent strikes have just hit you from, you know, behind, and you were like, I just got punched in the back of the head. Like, what was that? Oh, it's KJ.
It's KJ.
Yeah, how's it going, man?
J-Win finally picks up a hand, but runs into 2 top pairs. Unfortunate.
Indeed. Check, bet 40, Dante. Gonna go for the raise here. Again, a little bit of a find out where you're at.
This might let Jason off the hook. I don't know if he's gonna fold quite yet, but this it's gonna look super strong if Jason calls here. And J-Win would most likely have to fold.
Yeah, Jason is not done with the hand just yet. And yeah, Jay Win.
J-Win just could be drawing dead here a lot to Broadway, so it's not a very good spot. But given that he's card dead, he might be a little more stickier than usual here.
The other option is to 3-bet.
Yeah. But then again, like Jason's call in between just looks so strong after a bet and a call that 3-betting.
Oh, wow. Okay, Jason is in a tough spot now. Turns top trip.
I think you're playing better than the chase. I was sitting in that
Jay Win
chair.
drawing dead. Dante, of course, is like, oh, my hand went from being like, I don't know, let me see where I'm at, to, oh, I'm certainly going to go for more value here and hope that my opponents have something to pay this off with.
Oh, yeah, he's awesome. Yeah,
I don't see Jason folding quite yet, but it's going to be tough to get. I don't know if he's going to pay off a river too. See what he does here.
Yeah, I definitely like the just call. And
Yeah.
so the corollary to the like find out where I'm at bet is to just call in position, because you're going to get the information handed to you. It's the beauty of playing in position is that you call here, and if your opponent goes for a third street, you can be like, all right, what do I do?
Wow. Jason dinks it.
Yeah, Bink City Knights here for Jason and Dante. Cold deck goes from raising the flop with the best hand, turning trips, and basically coolering Jason into just an absolute nightmare scenario here. Jason backs into a full house. Dante keeps it small, just bets 300, one-third pot here.
I think the only play here is.
Pocket jacks.
Oh,
Pocket jacks. Yeah.
I tend to agree.
That's a lot.
I don't really find him raising smaller.
Yeah, stack to pot ratio at 1, under 1 for Dante's remaining chips. And Jason still has to commit the 300 just to match the bet. So effectively, you could say that the pot is 1,600. Dante's remaining chips 1.2K, so 3/4 of the
Yeah, he
remaining.
does go for the all-in.
Yeah,
And
Dante, not much to be done here.
snaps it off.
Gonna find out that that is just pretty gross. And there goes all of the chips from Dante over to Jason. Jason chips up to 6.9K. The man can do no wrong, just running pure tonight.
4K being shipped in that man's direction. Wow.
Big, juicy pot there.
Nice
On the
hand,
nasty
sir.
run out. Yeah. Indeed, nice hand.
What's that? No, I wasn't. 'Cause I was only gonna
If we have Dante going, hopefully Apple's in the building.
I know, we got the Psy. We got the Psy in. KJ first, then Psy. If we have
Can we
an
make
Apple,
it 3 for 3 on the add-ons? That'd be spectacular.
yeah, we would be running pure.
We would
if
be
we
running
get
pure.
an Apple and C3.
Chat would be running pure. Everybody would be running pure.
Yeah, let's see who occupies that seat. We're all rooting for an Apple. Apple right next to Psy too. That would be. Oh my God, it needs to happen. I'm not sure if we can pull the strings in 15 minutes in the past, but we do have the seat coming over to be adjusted, moved around. And a player perhaps adjusted and moved around into it. Let's find out. Ace here with a couple of 8s. UTG raising it up to 30 on the $10 straddle. Q with a couple of sailboats. He might go digging in the hills. I don't really know where I came up with that, the digging in the hills for a set, but it somehow is just like stuck in my brain. I don't know. What do you think? Does
I'm
it
not
work?
quite sure what that means, but
Mining, right? Set mining, digging in the hills. I don't know.
and
Eh,
he found one
found
in the hill.
He dug one right out of the hill.
Right out of the hill.
First hill he found. He dug into it. He mined one right out of there. I love how your response was just kind of like, I don't know, man. Whatever you're talking about, just shut up. We got a hand over here. He done dug one up though.
This is not a good card for Ace because he now still has an overpair.
He was the better, so
He did check it over, realizing that this card connects with Q's calling range on the flop pretty well. And elects to check call, small bet to 75. Ace on the end. Let's see what happens now. See what kind of sizing Q chooses here. It looks like a pretty big bet, and Ace is not loving life right now.
160. So yeah, just about half pot. Little bit over. You really hoping that his opponent has a 3 that's gonna be like, I can't fold. A deuce that's like, yeah, my hand is, pretty solid, and apparently a pair of 8s, and yeah, like the line just seems sort of strange. It's like, what? How can my opponent have anything here unless he's just super nutted? And I beat all of the air, right? So I don't hate the call with the 8s at all.
No.
But you just don't know where you are, right?
Yeah,
You're just like, flip a coin. Am I good or am I bad?
Sometimes when you're getting a price, you're just gonna have to pay it off.
Yep, absolutely right. So that is the way that Q's cookie crumbled right there. He took down a nice little pot there, flopping top boat. Man, you love doing that too. You just flop top boat. You're like, all right, now the rest of the hand is entirely about how many chips can I get into the pot. And you don't think about what your opponent's like, oh, wait, could he have me beat and this and that and the other thing. All that stuff is gone. You're like, maximize value, enter the button. Yep.
How do I get all of this dude's money?
Although, it is more fun, perhaps. I mean, I love those scenarios. Obviously, we all do. But it is also fun when you have to navigate the whole street and still be trying to think about how do I get like all these chips when I'm like on like second pair. Because you're like, oh, but my opponent, I think he's gonna do it. Let's go for it. I extracted a little bit of value from the maple bagel earlier with some marginal holdings. That was fun.
Which one was this?
We'll come back to that because we have both of these players swapping top pair with strong kickers here. Ace in a dominated position.
We've had a lot of top pair versus top pairs tonight.
We have. Ooh, additional equity improvement here for Ace, and he gets to see it for free as Q checks it back on the turn instead of going for additional value. And now with the pot only 187.
Gets away cheap.
Ace checked to try to go for some sort of check raise? Question mark? I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how or why that played out the way that it did, but Q actually, after getting
Q wins
run
that
over,
pot.
Yeah. Yeah, Q won. He did.
Q wins
somehow.
that.
Wow, that was something else. Oh, we have a player in here. It's not Apple, but you know who it is. It's Alex. Alex Kim has sat down at the table. This man is ready. He is ready. His body is ready. He's counting out his chips to get them plugged into the action tracker.
Alex has no feet.
That is absolutely correct.
And I think he works for Apple, right?
You're right.
So, like, we kind of got our wish.
We
got
did.
an Apple, not the Apple.
Yes, in a roundabout way, we did get what we wished for.
We got Apple.
And Alex Apple Kim has, as he is
They're
wont
both
to do,
Korean, too.
Oh.
So
okay, I hope that's right.
I think they are.
Okay. I imagine.
I know. I know Apple is.
Okay,
I think
then-
Alex is as well because I think they've
That part I
conversed about
knew.
it.
That part I knew you were correct about. Yes. Okay. So if Apple is Korean, then all right, they're both Korean as well. Fantastic stuff, man. It's just like it's a wormhole of everything that we wanted, and it's sort of like alternate universes though are just cycling through, and we're getting pieces of it. But it is fantastic. Alex has a Miller Lite in hand as usual, and so he's gonna bring the heat in hand number 1. King 9 offsuit, flop top pair. Your opponent
Jason
has
is flopped open-ended.
yeah.
So we'll see some action.
Let's pile a bunch of chips in the pot, shall we?
Alex does like to check his top pair, which I like here. Elects to check raise, which I don't like as much, but that's fine.
Yeah, well, you know, let's put chips in the pot. That was the name of the game, and we're making it happen. So Alex now with the betting lead after check raising the flop.
And
Continues betting.
Jason now probably just gonna have to fold this.
25 to go. Yeah, no improvement in equity, right? Like if that was a 3 of diamonds, like obviously he'd have.
Well, there's no front door. There was no backdoor diamonds.
Well,
so-
that's what I meant. Like, if it was a
Oh,
3
yeah,
of,
yeah,
three of
you're right,
diamonds,
you're
then
right, you're
this
right,
was
you're
a hand that could continue.
Yes, that would be correct.
But Jason, he's like, I hit everything, right? Like
Yeah.
that's just how I'm running tonight.
He
so
is running good.
so I
maybe
just
maybe
needed
has
9.
devious plans of maybe bluffing rivers too on a club, potentially.
Well, Alex would be weighted towards clubs, right, with the check raise, and then like somehow checking the river. Then he would. Yeah. Wow, Alex goes for a polarizing bet of 500 into 800, right? I mean, maybe not super polarizing, but that's a big bet with a 9 kicker. So that's not screaming like, I want to get called by words.
That was a fun hand.
That was. I love that hand. Welcome to the game, Alex Apple Kim. That will be forever how I refer to him, at least until I forget that that's what we did tonight. Which will be probably
Tomorrow.
or later tonight. You never know. Perhaps it sometime throughout the remainder of this broadcast. You never know. Words are hearts, memories are hearts, names and such. Yeah,
names.
all of it. Very hearts. Okay.
Country of origin.
Yes. All right. Q looking down. Queen 7 suited. Not getting frisky with that one. Nobody waking up with anything. Have we folded all the way around to the button? Yes, coach here, Jack 3 suited. And that's just going to get the job done because nobody wants to double down on the old 9 deuce.
They're my favorite part.
I just came here to have some fun, and I'm hoping to get
All right, let's see here. So I have this crisp, fantastic dollar bill that I'm not allowed to spend at one location. Although I don't know, I told you I'm probably just gonna do it. But I think we should find something else to wager on.
I'm game for that.
So
Maybe let's let the chat decide what we should wager on.
It is a problem.
well, it either needs to be something that's gonna be just like an even like flip sort of thing, or else I picked the last one, which was whether or not KJ was going to fold, right? You were already leaning towards you thought he was going to call, so I was happy to take the other side.
Right.
So I will also leave it up to your discretion. However, of course, I have the right to veto or ask for odds. But anyways, let's see if anybody has a good one here in the chat as we go into this hand. 3 ways to a flop. Ace-8 represented twice. Jay Wynn with the clubs. Coach here going to pick up the best of it with a pair of 4s. Calling out of the cutoff. Or perhaps he was the opener. No, we missed the pre-flop action. But
It limped
oh, it limped.
through the straddle.
Okay. 9 of spades doesn't change anybody's hand, but does put 3 spades on board. We continue checking all the way through. Coach hoping to win at showdown, which he will if we get there. And Alex and Jaywin probably also thinking like ace high is going to be good here enough of the time. Let's just check it down. Oh wait, that's a pair of 4s or yonder. And no good, ace high. All right.
Got a red-black suggestion. Could do red-black.
Yeah, red-black is definitely
$1
sort of
bills.
standard, you know, run-of-the-mill. Like, let's do red or black. See what
Don't
happens.
have,
Oh, you're running low on ones? You're out of ones.
do you have ones?
Let me peep the old wars here. I got at least one to go with the other one, but that's all I'm working with. If we find something that we're a good 2 to 5 ratio,
Well, I'm just gonna have to win.
yeah, we can build up a deficit, a debit for you
That's
if you
true
need it.
as well.
Poor kids feels like it.
But I mean, red or blacks are fine, but it's just not as
Yeah, it's
exhilarating
not
to
as
me.
fun.
I don't know. There's something
We'll have to
about
find
it.
a spot. We'll find a spot.
Sure. Also, if you do play red or blacks, let me ask you this, as it's folded around for AJ on the button. He's going to open 7-5 here. Do you play double on like an all red or all black?
So I usually don't really play
Yeah, well, me
red or
either.
black unless someone wants to be playing red or black and they need entertainment. Then I'll entertain them.
Sure.
And I'll play by their rules. So
Okay.
whatever they want to do, I'll do.
Gotcha.
But I do like the double. So that's fun. Adds a little extra gamble.
Here's one. Let's see here. Do you have an equity calculator on your phone?
I do.
Okay. Run. It's probably going to be not great. But what I was going to say is we could run it out like on each board if it completes to where King 5 would have won versus like Steamdola's hand or something, right? Or
Okay.
like a hand that has comparable equities maybe. Because pocket 8s are going to be too far ahead of King 5. But
Right.
maybe let's see.
Well, King 5, what are you talking about? King 5's way ahead.
Well, let's take a look at this one. 7-5 is sitting on 2 overs and a gutter to not 2 overs, sorry. A gutter.
A gutter.
An open ender
gutter.
with a gutter to the nuts. Okay, words are really effing hard. Okay, Sai here though just has the best hand and is going to win.
Ray with 7 high is going to have to bluff if he wants any chance at this one. Probably on the larger side. I think Sai's just going to slap this one off.
Yeah, announces the 250, which
not
is
modeled for anything
half
yet.
pot. Yeah,
Oh, look at these hands.
all the time and winning.
KJ goes 7 high good.
Yeah.
I was on Fear Factor.
And 7 high is not good. So a 1K pot with 10 and a 6 for Cy there.
7-5 was the nut low. Deuce to 7 nut low right
I
there.
did not win, but I was up
Couldn't
against
make
an
it
Asian
happen.
guy. We were in an eating contest.
Let's see here. So let's see here. King 5. I'm partial to. I think a good like middling suited connector hand is going to be running the equities pretty good. So like
We
9-8
could also just use the flop that's out there on the stream for like if a board runs out fully, King 5 versus whatever you want.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So King 5 versus pick your suited
9-8.
connector. Okay. Well, if once a full board gets out there,
Okay.
we'll see the winner.
Okay, but are we using suits? Do you want to pick a suit?
Suits gets a little dicey because.
I think we have to.
Yeah, I mean, you can pick.
We want clubs,
I want
obviously.
clubs,
I want
obviously.
hearts. 9-8 of hearts, per 5 of clubs.
There's too many clubs out there already.
Well, clearly you're just going to lose.
Somebody get this guy a bowl of
Hopefully this one
spiders
doesn't
right
get
now
to
for
a
the
river.
stream.
Do we call it only if it makes it to a river?
Only to a river.
Oh,
Full
boy.
board.
Oh, no. Then you could be like sitting on a boat and you're like, somehow get
Yeah,
to the river.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right. This
Well,
is
I
gonna
guess
be
if
fun
you have a
then.
hand drawing dead, then we can call it early. Right? If it's like a king 5 flop, then
Oh, but you only get to.
it's
call
only if
it-
the other hand's drawing dead.
Gotcha. Okay. Eugene Green, the downswing is over. He rolled a 78 and he won just about 10K points to move back up to 52,000.
And the famous Nick from Yuma just rolled an 81 and now just won himself 50 TCH loyalty points.
He did. All right, Jay Wynn here on the button with the ladies. Did drop in the free bet. Great Jay here. Trying to decide if he wants to go to town, Tango Town, with the 7-5 again. This time he's got the suited variety. And maybe there's something about the 7-5 here because Cray J just got tuned up with it and is somehow thinking about getting back in the mix. Out of position against an opponent that vastly covers his remaining $707 stack is not recommended.
Well, if he piles it, we get to see all 5.
And find out if the King 5 or the 8-9 are winners. Right, you are. Okay, so if a 5 of clubs comes out, does that club count towards your club flush, or does it only count as the pair?
That's a good question.
I think it should count. I think
it
that
should
like
count.
that's your
Yeah, I
card,
think
so
it should
it counts
count.
towards the
Yeah.
flush. Okay, Cray J is gonna go
Uh-oh,
Cray
9 in the
to a
windows,
flop.
not good. Oh, well, 5 in a club?
Makes a pair that is.
We're
not-
sweating this too.
Yes, we definitely are. I have a superior pair to you at the moment, and
But
I'm
you're-
looking to take another dollar.
You're
off
drawing
of you.
pretty dead after the king peels off on the turn.
I don't know. We'll see. Cray J here has.
Probably gonna have to call this
Bottom.
one if you're calling pre-flop.
Yes, absolutely. This is not a flop where you fold after you've committed some of your chippies. You don't orphan those little babies out there, or you could go for the check raise. This actually is
now
not
it's
terrible.
just gonna get piled in, I think.
Yeah, I think from a like a GTO standpoint for sure, taking some bottom pair holdings with some backdoor equity is absolutely a hand you can do this with. But yeah, unfortunately, Jay Wynn just has a hand that is happy to just play for it all. And there we go. Question is, does Jay Wynn raise or just give it his opponent an opportunity?
Probably
to-
all in, because a lot of runouts just kill the action too.
Yeah, it's an all-in. It's a call. And we're going to get to see them all. 8-9 out in front. No, 7-5. Going to get there for KJ.
Oh,
And that is going to do it.
and it's $1 more in the hole.
Couple of, yeah, book it for the 8-9 as well. 8-9 of hearts. Make the best hand for me.
7-5 working wonders for a little bit of rage.
Well, he just somehow didn't win with it against Cy. He's like, no, we got to give it another chance. Like, put me in, coach. Like, 7-5, we got it this time. And it did indeed bring home the bacon. Cray J getting the double. And Jay Wynn gonna have to pay off the. It was 707. So plus the 130. So yeah, that was $840. I'm sorry, pocket queens
It looks
losing
more than that.
275.
With I see a pink chip and more than 5 blacks. It was well over $1,000.
Oh yeah, when it was all said and done.
Yeah,
But I was
oh,
thinking
okay,
like you know, Queens lost got cooler for like 850 or something like in that vicinity. All right. So you owe me $1.
I do. I'm in debt.
Ooh, let me peep this. Maybe I can just loan you some dollars and you can pay me out of that.
He's got ace king here.
Find out what we're working with.
Everybody else has, I got that.
Oh, never mind.
Everybody
Check.
always has
Yep.
ace king.
That needs to go to an institution. Turn into other pieces of paper. Do we have a pen? Do you have a pen over there? Junior
There's a
producer
pen right
Seth?
here.
Oh, all right. Let's keep track of our debits right there. Perfect.
Just like Chase. Just like Chase. Except he's not.
Is that a picture of a bagel over there? Yeah. Okay, nice. Put a little maple on it, clearly. All right, king, queen versus king, queen.
It's not good for the king 5. Are we running that one back, or are we doing something different? I'm calling it off for this one.
No, you don't get to do that.
Okay, then we'll keep it. Clubs are coming anyway. We're not
Well,
going to see
yeah,
it.
game over, man. Game over. Yeah, I mean, my hearts were blocked. I don't know what you're worried about.
That's true. King high is usually good. Stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you were in pretty good shape, actually, all things considered. Each time, I am the underdog with my 9-8 of hearts. But, hey, pull up your equity calculator really quick, and I just want to know how close they run. I know I'm giving you, like, some percentage.
I think it's pretty close.
Sure. But it's
I knew he had it when he asked you if you want to
King
run
high's
it for
gonna be better.
275.
It's probably going to say 100% for king 5.
if that's how it works, then clearly you programmed the calculator.
55
Yeah, I'm giving up
I want
a
a small ball, please.
substantial amount of equity.
So generous.
I really am a nice guy, but thank God I've already
5 cents
won
of equity.
$1 off of you. 5 cents. Yeah, I'm giving you a nickel every hand. Dude, I'm going to be buried at the end of this stream. This is really unfortunate. Okay. Ace here, +2, raised to 30.
J-Win with the ladies again.
Ooh, this is spicy.
Looking for a chance to get his money back versus KJ's 10s.
Good. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Seeing a couple of kings go into the muck.
Old 4-bet here. And this is all upfront action. Luckily for everybody behind, they just have sort of hands that can go in the muck quite easily. And Cray J, after just doubling up, right, against this very man, they're having a spirited discussion about perhaps if Cray J goes all in, will J win? I don't know. I wish I could hear what they're saying. Do you hear it in your headset, what they're saying? Yeah, I don't know that we have that channel turned up on our headsets here, but there is a spirited back and forth. Jay Wynn, of course, trying to convince his opponent to give him his money back.
J-Win looks a little too strong for this conversation.
What do you have, 5 kids?
Yeah, a man could also be doing this with like 7 deuce and then just like try to chat up his opponent and then so that he can slam it down and be like, yeah, what did you fold? I have this. I've also seen him do that, so I don't think he's completely unbalanced, but he does seem quite strong. One thing that I will give J Wynn credit for while we're talking about this, and while Cray J is deciding what to do with his life and his 10s, is that I have seen J Wynn take some very creative lines in spots where most other players wouldn't do it. So, like, big shout out to J Wynn for being like capable of finding those lines.
Very creative player for sure.
Yeah, whether they work or not, like whether or not he's like bluffing into the nuts, right? Like, I mean, we've all done it, but he's more apt to sort of take a line that could run into that or get someone to fold a hand that he would have never thought he was targeting, right? Like, pile it in a weird spot, and he's just like, yeah, this kind of feels like a good spot.
I've got 2 cards, I've got equity, and you can fold, so.
Yeah, and I've seen it work. And he's also been like very chatty in some of those scenarios too. I have seen him turn over his hand. I'm like, how, what?
Wow,
I
KJ
don't
does
get
get
it.
away from it. Nice
Oh,
fold,
nice.
KJ.
Right. Well, another hand, another no river, so we won't know who won that one, at least in terms of our hands. But pocket queens, and just a little bit of the chippies back for J-Win, but would have liked to have gotten more of them.
Well, actually, that was very sneaky. So I'm not gonna talk
CJ here said that he's offering him some sort of deal. Okay, I don't know. Oh, he was trying to bait J-Win into a call, probably. Could be. All right, on to the next one. Ace here. King 6 diamonds. Not interested. Ray J's had enough of the off-suited 7 variety. He's like, you know what? I got my money. I'm going to sit back for a hand at least. Sai hasn't gotten involved in anything for a while, so he's going to put in a raise here out of the cutoff.
Q with a playable King 9 suited on the button. Could elect to 3-bet this one.
King 9, yeah, definitely on the
Definitely
cusp of just like
performs.
fold or 3-bet.
Definitely performs better as a 3-bet in this configuration with 3 players left behind. Coach does wake up with ace queen suited in the big blind now. Inside does have a raised fold.
But Coach is just going to flat this. He's played this a couple of ways in the past, right? Just like taking these bigger hands.
It allows him to have strong hands, calling from a straddle. So. Sai does outflop him, banks an 8.
Yeah, 8-9 currently ahead of Jack 5 as well, but we aren't.
No run outs. Tough break.
Yeah, not going to get the full equity of the bagel. Well, yeah, because I guess if we do it every hand and we don't have to get to river, then your nickel's going to realize a whole heck of a lot more equity.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make money off you guys. I'm trying to make
Or you're gonna pull a nickel out of me a lot more often.
My EV is through the roof.
However, these flops have been quite favorable.
They have been. 8-9 is running hot.
go well together.
Yeah, real good.
Be like Alex Kim.
Which nobody wants to
Right.
be like me.
If you too
On to the next one.
That's your dream. Quit projecting.
Alex over
No,
there,
you
got the
told me
hat
one day over on
backwards,
one of the
cigarette
shows,
behind
you
his
were
ear.
I was lying.
Got the Pokemon on top of his stack. We got quite a few Pokemon out here. So J-Win
like,
is
those hands don't
42.
No, I don't think I would tell you because, again, I have very ugly.
Alex has him, let's see, or has one as well. Let's see, Sai hasn't really gotten into the Pokemon game.
You're fucking yourself on this.
And nobody else has one down on that end of the table, right? So, okay, just a couple of Pokemon in play.
Q 3-betting up the ace king.
We got Kevin Yu here shouting you out. He also says great commentary. Shout out to Gordon. Also, Sai luck boxing per usual.
What's up, Kev?
Cray J here. Jack 9 of diamonds facing a 3-bet to 130Q has ace king offsuit in the cutoff. This is an under the gun open from Cray J. These two players, plenty of history together.
9 and a king accounted for, so we're still got my nickel in there.
Yeah, nickel looking pretty good to go your direction. Let's see a flop though. Cray J and
Oh, not
you.
again.
And that is a bingo flop if I've ever seen one for Cray J. Second pair. Ooh, backdoor clubs coming in.
Clubs, but the straight is there for you. But we're not going to see the full run out.
Come on, show us a river.
Come on, right. Oh, we did see a 7 appeal, so I will give that one to you.
Yeah, buddy, let's go. We did the rabbit hunt for 50 minutes in the past. That was amazing.
No way. What a bad beat there. Heel in a rabbit hole. That's horrible.
That was fantastic. All right, what am I up? I'm up $2 on you, plus the dollar I won from you already, dude.
You're
Man,
going to get the full 5.
I might have to go to 2 different locations to spend all this money I'm going to win off of you. This is going to be great. Okay. Well, I certainly apologize that Kirby is very upset about some things. So that's just the way it goes. But I'm having a good time. I'm glad that Gordon is here joining me tonight. I think we're both having a fantastic time.
Well, now I'm not. I'm stuck $3.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You might.
I didn't
get it
know I
back.
could get stuck back here.
Yeah. Put him in the booth. He'll be fine back there. Oh no, he came out broke.
Punting in the booth.
Yeah. Punt those dollar bills, y'all. All right, what do we got going on here? We got a couple of 8s here.
I like that.
Ray J suited check.
I'm like so nervous. It looks so good in the box.
Close the match. It's gonna peel one. For the viewers, for the chat, for the love of the game. You get a jack high flop.
Oh.
And this is a pretty safe flop for 8s as well. I wish I could focus only on our king 5 versus 9-8, but we probably should. Wow, he just gets away from it immediately.
Yeah.
AJ gonna take it down.
Yeah, ace though not done with his hand yet. He's got 2 overs, backdoor Broadway, and wheel draws. So ace is gonna peel one off. 6 of hearts now. Cray J still with the top pair. Got a gutter to the straight on the bottom end as well. And once again, we're not going to get a full run out. So we're gonna have it on to the next one. Cray J going to be in the big blind.
I can't rabbit hunt that one.
Yeah. I know that one was getting a little. Spicy there. Had plenty of outs. All right.
5-7. Hey, put on your model confidence and shut up and play. No.
Right. So sitting on just about 800 viewers. We're up to 301 likes.
Make your best model
Say we're coming in a little short. 700 we would need to go to overtime. But you know what? Sometimes we set the bar high. Just see if you guys really want that overtime, or if you know what, I get to go home for and you know what? Just
And bag here, $3.
yeah, hit the value menu on the way back. You know, maybe a little Taco Bell. I could probably get a couple of tacos for that. But you know what? I'm going to try to win a few more off of you so that I can get a quesadilla. I like the steak quesadilla, and that costs a little bit more than $3. I think it's like $4.50.
So you gotta win a couple more.
Yeah, at least. All right, 4 ways to a flop. Sailboats for Coach. Queen 9.
My goodness.
H6.
J1 does flop open-ended with backdoor clubs. Coach still with the best hand with pocket 4s. Oh no, Jason flops top pair.
No. Jason.
It was a really good joke.
Checks to him.
No, because now that I've had time to think about it,
Coach
it's a
behind
really
in
good
position.
joke.
He's got about half the pot here. Coach is done with it. Cray J, no reason to continue, but J win up and down.
I could
Definitely
see
not going
him
anywhere.
You've been making fun of me.
raising or
Oh,
calling.
no, I'm joking. I'll just have a good time. Yeah. I always enjoy playing.
Yeah,
with you. You're always
kind
fun
of.
and entertaining.
I like
hand
a
that could go
call
either
here.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before
do
we were
like
on
to
cameras
call.
and famous, we were having a good time.
All right, off to a
Even
turn.
then.
3 of spades doesn't change.
But what he doesn't know is that I don't really like him that much.
Would have loved to have seen a 3 of clubs so that he could continue.
I think we're gonna be able to see a ripper if Jason doesn't bet too big here.
Yeah, Jason with a hand that really doesn't want to face the check raise now, but can still go for small value. But he's going to go big. This is 2/3.
I guess just trying to deny equity from a lot of J-Win's hands.
And get full value from Jack 9 and 10-9.
She wears underwear with dick holes.
Choosing a size 2 where it's like if he gets check raised, it's going to just be large and he's just going to be able to fold a 1-pair type hand. But J-Win gets out or priced out of the hand. We don't get to see all 5. And Jason's going to drag another one, 6.7K in front of that man. My goodness. Let's take a look at those counts. Coach up at 4.3, but still well behind. J-Win sitting on just about 3K. And on down to the bottom of the standings there, Rick sitting on just about 1K himself.
Pick up all my Pokemon?
You only got one, yeah. If you get stacked, then yeah.
Wait, I didn't
That's
know
the
that
whole
was a
point of
rule
the
when I
game,
bought
dude.
those.
So, and essentially,
Yeah, that's what I'm
You feel like you overpaid now?
Derek and Sierra Whitener joining us here, dropping the old board. What's going on?
They like their toys. What?
Man and lady, I should say.
them's the rules. And you didn't take your change. 'Cause
All right, so what do we got shaping up here? Jason, ace 10 offsuit
I
in the
would've
hijack.
my
He's going
change.
to
I
come
tried to
in
take
for
your change.
35 seems to be the
I got a
standard
receipt in my email.
opening size in this game, and a lot of the 2-5 games. I think 35 on the $10 straddle is pretty standard. See some people going 30, some people going 40. But
Oh, okay. That, yeah. Okay.
Coach here putting in the 3-bet though. He says, "Oh, you're going to open the hijack. I'll 3-bet you." 8-7 suited. I like this.
I lose
a lot.
500 all the time. I'll be losing Pokemon left and right.
Yeah, I'd be like, well, I don't have enough
All
Pokemon.
three directions
I can
here.
never bluff again.
Yeah, I think folding to this size would be a little bit on the tighter side, but absolutely, I mean, ace-10 isn't going to perform well out of position in the long run, so I wouldn't hate it, but he is going to go for the call. And there we go. My 9 and my 8 of hearts are on the board.
That's a bad flop for me.
Flop 2 pair and a flush draw. Jason here, up and down straight draw coach.
I'd
pair.
pick up a little bit of equity. 7 one time.
Yeah, so let's see here. Coach still with the best hand pair of 8s. Does pick up and downer here. 6, 7, 8, 9.
Wait, is Aaron still in the booth?
So we are going to see a river as Coach is reaching for calling
Almost
chips.
full pot too from Jason.
Aaron, you look terrible.
Coach
like
going to make
I-
the call. Let's see. What do we get here on the river? 667 in the middle. That right there is a 7 of diamonds, giving Jason the jack high straight. Coach here makes 2 pair. And Jason first to act. Maple Bagel over here
How did I
really
manage
excited about
to,
making a straight with his king 5. Jason bets 500 here into a pot of 700. And Coach now with the 2 pair, while he does beat some busted heart draws, the best ones had a 10 in them, and it just really doesn't matter. It's really tough to defend
Yeah,
with
good fold.
2 pair there. Gets out of the way. Nice hand from Jason, and that's a dollar back for the Maple Bagel.
I wonder what the equity is when you flop
He's a Pokemon.
2 pair plus a flush.
Against your backdoor runner straight.
Backdoor runner straight.
Yeah.
Fading hearts.
I think I was 98% to win that one. I think that's actually conservative. Okay, here we go. $10 straddle. Q going to be first to act. Tries to rub the 9 and 7 into 2 different cards. They refuse, and then he finds out, well, no, they're just not going to change, and he is going to fold them eventually. Okay. Jason here, a couple of 8s. He's got the Steamdola number 1, 8 of spades, 8 of hearts.
Steamdola
raising it
is
up.
in the building as well.
Is this true?
This is
oh,
it.
he
He's in the
created
building,
this.
so
This moment in time. Okay.
Cray J also holding an 8.
He wants to know what Jay Wynn's going to do before he.
Smart.
Yeah, Jay Wynn not going to let him know that. Alex Kim, Alex Apple Kim, I should say, also out of the way. Sai here, though, is going to defend his straddle. 5 deuce of clubs.
Sai wants some TV time.
Queen, queen, tray.
And this is definitely a flop that's good for Sai's hand.
Smells like bitch in here.
Oh, it's very floatable, but
No, I understand because I'm also.
he just lays it down.
I don't know, man. Deuce
It was a big big continuation bet there from Jason.
Yeah, yeah.
Seat open on.
I would have liked to seen Sai mix it up
Wow.
and have some fun.
Yeah, that probably would have just been a fun type scenario as opposed to a strong floating candidate. I'm not exactly sure. I'm not exactly
I
sure
just
about
wanted to
that.
see Simon.
Yeah, well,
Play regardless.
Jonathan Dove, thank you very much for subscribing to the channel. Appreciate you joining the team. As we fire up hand number 88. We just had pocket 8s, and now it's hand 88. Steamdola is in the building. The wormhole continues tonight. TCH Live Thursday. 2-5 match the stack. Aaron McAvoy here in the booth with Gordon Granger. Junior producer Seth on the controls.
Everyone's gonna call me a bitch on the stream. God damn it.
Jason opens Little Slick.
That's a nice $17 pot for 3 high.
Yeah, 3 high, winning 17 bucks. You'll love to see it.
The run good continues.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go look up the stream comments tomorrow. I'm gonna reply to every single one of them. Like, no, you're a bitch.
Got some people talking back and forth in the chat here about different types of beers. We had a lovely conversation, Mike and I, on Monday about
What's your
all sorts of
favorite
different things.
beer?
My favorite beer? My favorite type of beer, which I think is the best thing to classify as genre. I like sour beers.
Yeah, I knew you've mentioned that before.
Yep.
Sours are a good beer.
Yeah. I mean, some people just like refuse to go anywhere near them. They're just like, I don't know why you would drink that, right? But I'm pleased to hear you say that you actually
Yeah,
like
I
them.
enjoy an occasional sour.
Little Slick making an appearance once again. Jay Wynn going to flat the open to 25 from Jason Coach in there as well. Early position. Wow, look at this. Under the gun open from Jason. Jack 3 at diamonds. Coach in there 10-9 offsuit. Did somebody just like page the table and be like, and now everyone play your rags? Because that's what's happening.
Well, we're reaching the end of the stream, so people are trying to make their moves.
Right you are, and I will direct your attention to the flop for King 5 of clubs and 8-9 of hearts.
That is not a good flop for us. Let's hope it doesn't get to a river.
Checks through to Alex Kim. He's going to check back. We're off to a turn. We need one more card. Check, check, check. There it is. And guess what? Mark it. As Coach here going to river 2 pair 10s and 8s. We'll win if we make it to showdown, which it looks like that's where we're headed. And indeed we are. Ace high, no good. Pair of 10s. Slow roll. Coach just wanting to find out if there was a better hand lurking a boot. Flipped it over, but he is going to drag the pot, and there we go. Up another dollar bill, y'all.
God damn it.
The usual suspect says root beer is greater than all others. I do like root beer. When it comes to soft drinks, which I don't drink very often, but I do enjoy a good root beer.
I was a root beer fan as a kid.
Which brand?
Usually Barks and
Yep.
A&W
Yeah.
were the 2 go-tos.
I like
Mostly
the-
because my grandfather drank those 2, or drank root beer, so I guess when we saw my grandfather, we'd drink a root beer with my grandfather.
Yeah. Let's see here. Q gonna flat the open to 50 from Alex in the cutoff. Jason gonna peel off a flop out of the straddle as well. He's like, I doubled down. Let's make a hand with this 9 Dewey. It's king high. Sorry, ace high.
ace
king in the
high.
window. Alex top 2 pair. Q second pair.
Everybody with a piece.
Jason third
Alex with the biggest piece.
pair. I have a pair. You have a pair. Both with backdoor flush draws as well. Check, check. Alex continues. Bets 80. Half pot size bet. And Q here with second pair. Queen kicker. Backdoor Broadway draws. He is going to take a turn. This should send Jason to the exit.
He did flop a pair and is running hot. So we'll see. Looks like raising chips, and he's zigging when he should be zagging.
Yeah, Jason
Alex
says,
takes another swig of beer, covers up his face, and is like, oh boy, oh boy. Ship some more over here.
oh yeah.
All in.
This is actually just a 3-bet to 880, and Jason's going to be like, oh, let me pretend like I have a decision real quick before I let this hand go. I love it. He's like, let me just grab this fistful of pinks just to see if you flinch.
Very minimum, he had an ace
Nice,
queen.
nice move.
Yeah, but Alex, not one to flinch under the pressure, whether he has it or not. Like, you do that thing to him, he's just gonna look at you and be like, what are you gonna do? Because like,
What you gonna do?
Well, what you gonna do? Exactly. Channel that inner apple. All right, people talking about different soft drinks. Hell yeah, Fresca. Okay, all right. Yeah. What about Henry Weinhardt's? Did you ever have a Henry Weinhardt's root
I
beer?
don't think so.
Oh man, they come in a bottle. Get them in a 6-pack or whatever at the grocery store, and those are quite nice. Do like a good Henry Weinhardt's. All right, Alex, he's going to play the 9-8 and try to bring it home for those of us with the 9-8. Q, Queen, Jack offsuit is going to put in a raise here. So Alex limps, Q raises. Rick with a suited 10-8 was in the small blind. Didn't really feel like playing that one out of position, but Alex didn't limp to fold for another 30 bucks. And it's time for a flop, just about 100 bucks in the middle. Queen Jack against 9-8.
I totally got that.
I believe that for sure.
Okay. I'll check you.
This is a spicy flop. Q flops open-ended, and Alex flops trips. I'm drawing dead once again.
You can mark it. Oh, pair on the river, no good for you. But Q is going to make the straight. King high straight for Q.
Where's
and
this pot?
There it is. All in and a call.
Ooh, nice river.
And Q is going to get a full double up here as Alex thought that he was trapping his opponent with the trip nines.
You win my Pokemon.
Hey,
like
no,
1.2.
I didn't stack you. You have more chips than me.
Okay.
I didn't stack
So
you.
I believe on the end, Q bet 200 and Alex went all in.
Gotcha.
So I think it was a pot of 200 something, bet a 200, and a rip for the remaining 1,000 or 1,200, whatever. So yeah, full double there for Q. Backs into the straight. I guess he had the up and down straight draw on the flop. Got a free card. Cheap way to the river, and bingo bango. All the chips fly into the center.
Nice
And
hand.
Q, yeah, up to 2.6K now, solidly in the middle of the pack. Tough hit there for Alex Apple Kim. As we do sort of move into the last just about 10 minutes of the broadcast as we approach the 11 o'clock hour here, TCH Live Thursday. Thank you guys for coming along. We appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. If you are not subscribed to the channel, please do make sure that you are. That'll keep you up to date on all of our future broadcasts, updates, and alerts. And we are broadcasting here on TCH Live 7 nights a week between TCH Dallas and TCH Austin. All sorts of fine free poker content coming your way. Help us out. Hit that like button if you like what you're seeing as well. All right, Alex here, King 3 of Hearts, going to try to get back in the streets, see if he can make some of that money back. Rick here, King Queen off suit. Ace 10 3 two-tone board. Alex out flopping his opponent with a pair, but Rick does have gutter Broadway backdoor diamonds. Alex checks, Rick continues, and Alex says, pair of threes, backdoor hearts, and Broadway not good enough. I will fold. Yeah, what about root beer float? When was the last time you had a root beer float?
Oh. It's been years for sure. I don't know the last time I've had a root beer float.
Like a root beer float is an amazing concoction, right? And like, why have I not had one more frequently? Is,
How are
is
they
a
not
question
more
I ask
popular?
myself
Yeah.
more often than not. Yeah, like I want a root beer float now. Like especially with
I
how
want
hot it's
one.
been and everything,
Now I
right?
want one. You're buying too now.
Yeah, I'm clearly in a financial situation where I can afford it after being up $5 on you.
Brutal.
Yeah. All right. Dealer change. That means we're doing a PLO bomb pot here, just about towards the end of the program, as junior producer Seth is gonna show us the way to the finish line.
No bomb pots.
Alex Apple Kim there. Gonna dust off this Miller Lite. Probably grab a freshie and hop on into this bomb pot.
We can do a whole round of bomb pots.
Waiting to get all of our 20s out there and across the line. Sorry, we are not doing a bomb pot, question mark? I guess not. Perhaps we've decided that now is not the time for a bomb pot. We're going to continue along with some more Hold'em hands. All right, yeah, just about at the end, so I decided to go ahead and just give that the old skipperooski.
Jason picking up another premium hand. Pocket kings. Rick limps the cutoff. Jason raises it up. Interesting. Limp fold.
Yeah, Rick was definitely a hand that could continue, especially if you're going to play it as a limp, right? But, okay, there we go. Onwards and upwards. That's what we say around here, you know? Richard McCord, he's got a hot take here. He says, Miller Lite is for people who like to pretend they like beer. Let me tell you something. Alex Apple Kim really likes Miller Lite. He's not pretending. He's not pretending to like beer or anything else. Just Miller Lite. He's a big fan. He'd be the first to tell you. The usual suspect dropping us a $9.99 super chat. He says, "You guys definitely deserve a root beer float, dude." There it is. You got your root beer float right there. It's on me now.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks
Was
a
it
lot.
The usual suspect. Of course it was.
Yeah.
Thank you, the usual suspect.
Ace has the nuts. He's going to raise to 35,
wow.
get called by Alex Apple Kim, who's going to flop pretty well here. This is a sweat on all accounts. Let's take a look at this. Alex here with a gutter to the straight with a flush draw as well. Ace here, up and down straight draw, and king high, which is best.
Bingo bango.
That is
Don't
a
want to mark down
straight
too quick.
for ace. Alex still sitting on the flush draw. That is 75 and a call. Check call from ace once again. Diamond, ace on the river.
King 5 holds.
King 5 does indeed, makes the straight, is the best hand, will win, defeats 8-9 and queen 3 of spades. Ship the pot. And ship the dollar bill.
Thank you.
Yeah, some people here saying, you know, got different takes on Miller Lite and such, but like, honestly, my take on beer is like, if you want to drink whatever you want to drink, like go for it, right? Like I think it's fantastic. People like to drink Miller Lite, or they want to drink IPA or whatever. Like that's cool. It's when people like really get all like up in your face
Hate
about
on
what
people for choosing their drink of choice.
Yeah, like, what are you doing drinking that? You know, whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, they want to drink that, right? Like, whether it's, like, cheap because they're, you know, on a budget, or they just like the flavor. I mean, who
Or
knows?
if it's like a fruity beverage and they make fun of that. Drink what you want to drink, people.
That's right. Crack a Truly there, buddy.
Sorry?
Jay Wynn here coming in with a 3-bet. Where they open from coach. And I love what we see towards the end of these streams. They're like, all right, we're going to be done in just a few minutes. People are like, dude, 8-7 off? Like, let's go. Jay Wynn, of course, with a rational 3-betting hand. Coach going to call him, and we're going to see a flop here. Jay Wynn out of position. 9-8, ace. Jay Wynn here, gutter to the queen high. Straight coach. Bottom pair, backdoor straight draw. Jay Wynn continues for 100 and coach. Is this a
I think it's a raise to
265? Not quite a min click, but
Now
quite
what
small
does Jalen do? Most likely fold, but we don't ever know with Jwin.
Jay
See what he
Win,
decides.
yeah, I think Jay Win is far more likely to play the spot than a lot of people because he recognizes that Coach just isn't going to have a ton of super nutted hands, right? Like, it's just going to be tough for that to be the case. Like, okay, maybe some sets of nines, sets of eights, but wouldn't he raise bigger, right?
Right.
So let's peel off a turn and just sort of see how things develop. If my opponent is on spades and we somehow check, which we do, guess what? We've got a real shot at stealing this on the end. That's going to be a win for the old 8-9 hearts. Yeah, there we go. Coach here backs his way into a straight 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all in a row. Jay Win just queen high. Gonna need to, in his mind, bet to get his opponent to fold. But Coach says, nope, I call, and I win. Bet of 1,000 there on the end as well. That was a slight overbet, full pot size, and a little juice. And Coach was like, I'll take that, thank you. I like pink chips. Found a few on the floor on my way over here. And these will do just fine in the collection as well. All right, $10 straddle. We're at T minus 3 minutes to the 11 o'clock hour, which means that we are coming up right here on the end. Alexander McCall says, love the show, great for the culture, thumbs up, $4.99 super chat. Hey, thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate you saying so and dropping us some love. All right, so Rick here, UTG on a $10 straddle, ace king offsuit. Now's the time to shine. Everybody getting a little splashy out there, right? Like, let's make something happen. He's going to open to 60 as well, 6x open. This may actually sort of put a tamper on things, right? Maybe here at the end when people are starting to mix it up. Yeah, I'll just shut up because Sai's got queens. And he will not be taking it easy.
He's got about 900.
Eyeing up Rick's stack here. And it is a little bit curious, right? The 6x open.
From under the gun.
Yeah, always sort of raises some eyebrows as to whether or not that's just like a weak hand where they're like, I just hope everyone folds, or it's like a stronger hand. Either way, Sai coming in for the 3-bet.
I like this.
200 to go. Q can't do anything. Rick pulled those cards back to look at them pretty quick. If Sai's paying attention, I think he usually does, should indicate a certain level of strength. Also makes this call relatively quickly. He's going to play this in position. Classic battle between the ladies and the ace-king.
That's not the flop Sai wanted to see.
Definitely not.
Just like we were talking earlier, it's definitely a board he could check, especially in this configuration. And you see that? See what Rick decides to do here. Take a peep one more time. Yes, I still have the ace and a king.
And the ace of diamonds, just for a little bit of backdoor backup in case I somehow need it.
And this might just be a check fold for Sai, especially with this sizing.
Yeah, 280 here. Yeah, Sai usually pretty good about sniffing this stuff out, sort of not letting these types of hands really get him buried because Rick has 500 behind, right? I mean, the stack to pot ratio before Sai even puts his calling chips in is, I mean, just all, we're playing for all of it at this point. And Sai realizing that this is just always going to be a better hand than his own. Does make the fold. I'd outflopped you there as well. It was a pair of eights, gets a pair of fives, by the way. So lucky again for you that we didn't make it to showdown. I've been smashing flops here for the most part. It's been pretty good.
Got the $50 straddle on this time.
All right, let's go. 5, 10, 20, and 50. Junior producer Seth, is this going to be our last hand? Yes, it is. Final hand of the show, of the broadcast of the evening.
Nice job, Ace.
And Jay Win can't do do anything about it. Neither can Alex after Kim. Sai, though, he's got an ace,
Big aces.
but yeah, not really a great spot.
Q's got real kings.
Real kings for Q here on final hand. $50 straddle out there. It's going to take it up to 200. I like the size. Oh, and Coach just has a hand that just can't do battle. He's going to turn it straight over and say, I'll run it for $2. Q's like, no, 200. And that's going to do it. Q wins the final hand of the broadcast with a couple of kings. Let's take a look at the chip counts. Jason going to finish out as the chip leader, 6.7 thousand. Coach, 5.4. Q, Sai, Ace, all in the 2K regime. So that's the way things are going to wrap up here on TCH Live Thursday edition. On behalf of myself, Aaron McAvoy, the staff, and the dealers here, staff and dealers, they're both, I don't know, it's all the same thing. Words are hard. It's junior producer Seth and my man Gordon. Thank you all for joining us. We appreciate you. We'll see you all next time. Have a good night.
Let's make it 5-5.
We can either change the stakes to 5-5, or we're going to become the most middle of the game.